Look at that. You see that? Look at that. You see that? It's like actual steam coming off my coffee. Oh, it's not doing it anymore. It's like my lighting's off though. I gotta be like more dark and broody, but I'm not gonna mess with that. Seems like a lot of wasted screen key space down here, but oh well. I do have to fix one thing too before we get going. I have to fix the shark. The shark. The shark is a bit too low. I need to push up a few lines more for casual mode. This has to be done. Where's casual mode? Casual, here we go. So casual mode gets another, how about another 2 lines? How about that? What do you think, guys? Y'all. Save. Casual. Fish. Oh, there we go. Like the thing's just like right under me. So like when people come in, they can like, I can see what they're saying. And then I have focus mode. Yeah, let's do some T-matrix for this. Wow, T-matrix is really fast with that big old font. I mean, that's plenty of room for people to comment, I would guess. Just a second, let me check something. No. All right. So I have just this one window open. Let's see. I want to get where I want to be. Proto resume. I'm gonna bust this thing out, and then I'm gonna take a break before I come back for tonight's web stuff. Tmux in, just starts Tmux in this place. Proto resume. I'm just gonna be doing boring stuff, so. So why I need casual mode so I can read it, right? I mean, that doesn't hurt. Maybe like one more up. What if we do like that? Oh, that's perfect. What is that? Yeah, I see Twitch. Focus. 20. We're gonna say we have 19. Oh, that's not good. Focus. Yeah, there we go. Casual. Focus. Yep. All right, I'm in. So, we can do validation. God damn, we got lots to do. Full name, description, about, email, image, phone, location, portfolio, profile, social, award certificates, publications, skills, interests, language, people skills, projects, experience, occupation, tags, entity. Oh, we got a blank here. Official title granted by employer, position. Yeah. Role, summary, location. What do the docs look like when we do this? I can't remember if it uppercases them or not. Did I add some new stuff? Hi, Liquid. Gem. What do you like to go by? Gem, Liquid, Media. Tags already defined. I have a bug of sorts. Go generate. Oh God. GM or liquid? Liquid. Protobuf endorsement. Tags is already defined in Protobuf endorsement. Contact is already defined in Protobuf endorsement. Endorsement is already defined in Proto Resume. Field number 1 has already been used in Proto Association. Okay, I have new bugs in here that I didn't have before, so gotta find that. That means I have more than one endorsement, I have a feeling. Tags is already defined, line 200. Repeat tags. Well, I should... Do I have more than one message endorsement? Apparently I do. So down here we have endorsement tags, content text, endorsement tags, and text. String text. So I must have had an extra one of these unnecessarily of a cool house. Oh well. You're that much against California. I should do an on watch go generate over here. On watch. My pinkies are really sore today. I don't know why. I'm not even using them that much. But pop, 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 pop. Oh, you used to live there? Me too. Yep. As a kid, I lived in what was it called? Anaheim. I just remember being right next to Disneyland. And then you couldn't live there anymore. It says I have too many tags. Certified and progress my endorsement. That doesn't make any sense. Washington says no state tax. I know, I live there too. I lived in Washington. Yep. I live in Vancouver, Washington. Which is, people don't know. They hear Vancouver, they think on the border with Canada. Vancouver, Washington is right across the river in Portland, to Portland. It's a bedroom community, man. We made bank on that house, man. We made bank selling that house. God damn. Back when I was in the flipping business. My ex-wife and I would fix up houses and flip them and move into another one. We made a lot. We made probably 300,000 doing that. Lost it almost all in the divorce. We just kept flipping up. It was fun. It kept us, busy and not fighting. Our first was a duplex. We bought a duplex for like 80 grand and half of a duplex, and we totally fixed it up. People in the yard people would tell us how that they walk by and say, "Thank you for improving this thing." We ripped out the whole crappy roof and everything. Redid the plumbing, and not the plumbing. We redid the bathroom. The plumbing actually really needed to be redone, and we knew it was kind of on the edge, and so we got out of it before the plumbing really went down. I moved into land deals. Yeah. I mean, real estate is definitely a place to make money if you just want to make easy money. It's not easy. I'm not saying what you do is easy, but it's, the crazy thing is how much money you can make in real estate. It's just insane. And it just kind of steamrolls. It's actually one of the type of capital and capitalism that they talk about in the Capital documentary. Yeah, land ownership, labor. It tracks the history of capital. But yeah, it's like one of the few ways you can make money for do nothing. They talk about how everybody's incented to just sit in their house and let the house makes more money just existing than they could ever make working. Hey, POSIX. 3 months to fix is easy to make 100K. Yeah. Yeah. 3 months of time. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying is it's not easy, but the dollar per hour rate If you flip a house and you can increase its property value 5 to 10%, you're going to make way more than the money you put into it. Way, way more. But you have to have money to do that. Yeah, I mean, I played that game. It was fun. Yeah. Yeah, we flipped houses that we lived in rather than just buying and flipping. And I couldn't tell you how profitable it was just moving. The problem is we had to pick up roots and move every 2-3 years. But as a young family, that was kind of exciting. It was compelling. It kept us always guessing about what the next project was going to be. It was fun. There's no way I would do it now. It's way too much work. I mean, it is good money and everything. And plus, just, I don't know. Yes, I mean, we were improving the first house in particular. We like totally took a piece of crap and turned it into something amazing. And that's kind of satisfying, right? Because you're improving the world. My wife, she just did the same thing with this rental that we just did. She put $5,000 into it. We didn't get any money back out of it. If we had been able, we did everything that a flipper would do on this last rental we had. The difference is that they took it away from us and then they put it on the market and it sold for $330,000. This tiny little thing. And we did all the beautification on the thing and paid for it out of our own pocket because we thought we were going to be able to live there. It's like we were playing all the flipping. We were doing all the flipping things. Like improving it, like, you know, fixing windows, and not windows, but they fix the windows. And then, but you know, fixing faucets for free. They ended up staying there. And then they just said, nah, we're done. We're going to liquidate the house now. And then they took the whole thing from us. It was grapes of wrath. It's just like, it's ours now. Goodbye. Thank you for improving our house. The agent who actually did the rental for us, who was the intermediary between the owner, she was so embarrassed. She was like so embarrassed by the whole situation because we'd only been there a year. And we had done all this amazing work, you know, based on the premise that we were going to get to stay there longer. And this is not, people right before me before that did the same exact thing. The renters, they just don't give a shit, man. They're like, oh, hey, it's worth more money now. Who cares how much the investors put into it? It's a racket. It's a racket. Endorsement, we'll take that away there. Bank foreclosed. Oh God. See, if you have the guts to go into the foreclosure stuff, you can make so much money. Oh my God. I had a neighbor, it was Russian, and he bought a Lexus SUV in foreclosure. And he must have paid like $5,000 for it, and it had nothing wrong with it. They're like but you know, in order for him to get that deal, he had to go there like every week. You know, he had to go to all the auctions. But he totally made thousands of dollars on that one hit. Yeah, if you're willing to be that adventurous. Yep. It's true. I mean, I sometimes miss that game. It's really too bad that my amazing soulmate of a wife, Doris, doesn't get to experience the benefits of when I was flipping houses. So we lived in an apartment, and you know, I was flying pretty high there for a while, and you know, but we've always been in an apartment. Her house got foreclosed because she got divorced and her ex just left her with the bills. So she had to let it go. It knocked her credit out for a long time. Now she's got better credit than me. I've never had bad credit in my entire life. It's because I funded my business with my own personal money. Yeah. Because I wanted to. And then, you know, my landlord said, you can't work in your schoolhouse anymore. You have to leave. What am I going to do? I don't know. I don't care. I don't do empathy. His exact words. Before I running water and power, it's crony capitalism at its worst. Once I had that and I worked in the same city for others in the second house, got sent. Yeah. If you could do it, I mean, and I used to, I used to destroy my family in Monopoly. My grandma, she would almost not play me anymore. She was so tired of it. She was like, I've never had a real estate loan, so zero risk of foreclosure versus me. Yeah. Well, if you can pull that off, you have to build the credit. You have to build the capital in order to do the investment. Yeah. I had it when I was, and we had enough, disposable at the time. Why is there not an interest? Interest. I guess I don't know if that needs to be a string, tell you the truth. Let's do strings. That one. The starter flips, yeah. Yeah, if you get a good paying tech job, which I had, and then you get fixer uppers, you can usually make that work. We never had to do a second mortgage or anything to finance it, so we were fine. Hey, Johnny. So. Yeah, credit is it's a one-way thing. I was very, very careful not to do any of that, and my business was fine for a very long time. But I couldn't get a bank loan. Banks would not loan me money for my small business, even though I was showing profit every year. They would not do it. Nope, they didn't want to talk to me. And so I actually studied did something that the Hollywood people do, like filmmakers. I went ahead and funded it myself, and I took a risk, and I hit big. And then of course, then you just don't know when somebody's gonna, shut you down. Our system is just too fragile. It's too fragile to do any kind of speculative innovation. You just can't attempt it. You'll totally fall on your face. Meanwhile, corporations are getting bailed out all the time. Every day corporations file bankruptcy, and they recorp their assets, and they turn around and there's nothing wrong. Or we pay literally billions of dollars to bail out huge companies. I nearly go bankrupt by trying to start a school, because I can't get thinking I have to take 50% loss on my own 401k to do my own speculation. Because the rules are set against me. The rules are in favor of the big crony capitalists. Don't pay any taxes, and they don't pay any penalties when they have a bankruptcy. They just and they don't even go to jail. They have no consequences whatsoever. Meanwhile, the people in the small and medium-sized businesses who try to actually do something get destroyed by the system. It's totally true. Trump should start an official cult. He'd make a fortune. Yeah, he would, actually. He probably is counting on it, actually. I bet he's already starting. Field number 1 has already been used in front of Raise Me Association. Okay. 133. Yep, never made it for the people working. It's, it's very medieval, actually. We're at least not in war. We're not living in a world war. That's what I have to tell myself to stay happy. It's like, but you're not permitted to change the world in any way that somebody with big money doesn't approve of. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. At least we have WebSockets, right? And open source and stuff. I think we got ourselves back to stability here. Yep, good. All right, so I'm going to go back to documenting. So we got skills, we got an association. Endorsements and recognition from a peer, class superior, direct report with a work-related contact regarding work performance and skills mastery. Endorsement. Yep. Okay, we got that one done. And the contact. Actually, let's put the contact first. Put that next. WebSockets is fun. Contact. Yeah, you do. Contact is what? A contact is I believe we have contact being a person at one point. Let's see. Or performance, yeah. Generally best method of contact link person. Coworkers do not use public personal identification information of any field without consent. Okay, that's the one. Public contact for purposes of validation. Okay. I don't know. Let's see. An endorsement is a contact. So I'm gonna have to combine. I think contact has to be a person, actually. I don't know. I think I have contact as being either an entity or a person, right? No, that's entity. Entity. Yeah, so an entity is either an organization or a person. And both an organization or a person has a contact. I think contact is just somebody who can be contacted. So, that's a tough one. Contact endorsement is from. This is one of those abstractions I'm kind of struggling with, because contact is a person, but a contact is kind of a subset of everything that's in a person's information. So like a person has all of these things. They have a link in an email and a phone. I think contact needs to be just a person. I really do. I think I'm gonna have to change that. So this endorsement. So an endorsement is by a person. So person contact. And then I'll get rid of this. All right. Is a recognition from a peer, client superior, direct report, or other work-related contact regarding work performance and skills mastery. Right. Got that. All right, that's good. A certificate is a credential received by demonstrating a particular skill or expertise. And I don't know what we're gonna call it. The name. What is the name of the certificate? And I suppose date. Wait, where's the timestamp? All right, so timestamp start, let's say received. And we'll do 3 there. So we've got a certificate. We received the certificate on a given date. And who gave you? So who gave it to you? So let's say what is it called when you give somebody a certificate? Grantor? Grantor? Bestow. Certificate. What is a certificate? And to give students mastery over a narrow subject area of topic, these programs offer many trades, professional fields, and academic areas. The grantor, the certificator, the certifier, the... God, look at them all. It's a certificate smorgasbord. Give students mastery over a narrow subject or topic. Where you showed that? What subject are you interested in? Which certificate can we sell you? 10 popular schools. Sponsors. Guarantor. Giver. Certifier. It's not bearer, right? I'm going to say grantor. What is another word for grant? Look up some synonyms for grant. Allocation, allotment, appropriate, assistant, award. Who awarded you this certificate? I don't like that. It's not like you earned an award. You worked at it. Contributor, endowment, endowed. Handout. Who handed out this certificate? Who stipend? I made an animation in Second Life where people would stand on the box and it would animate them getting a certificate so they could do graduation in a virtual world. It was fun. Admission. Bequest. The only place I remember hearing the word bequest that sticks in my brain is when the Ministry of Magic, who gets killed off in the first 10 minutes, says he left you another bequest. Unfortunately, the sword of Gryffindor was not his to give. Well, that's just it. Nobody knows where it is. Mr. Potter. I love that actor. He's amazing. Benefactor, no. Boon, bounty. Dole. Who doled out these certificates? That actually is better. Presentor. Erg. I know I shouldn't care about words this much, but I do. Present. To grant. It's got to be. I'm going to say authority. What do you think? Authority? Authority? I think, you know why? Because like if you're going to get a certificate from SSL or something, you're going to say, okay, who's the certificate authority? Even though people are going to claim, I mean, the authority is like a stretch for Free Code Camp. For example, giver. Giver. How about that? Giver. It's nice and simple. Entity. So entity, giver. So who gave you the thing? Who was the giver of the certificate? Pearson. Who was the giver of the certificate? College Board. Who was the giver of the certificate? Linux Foundation. Who gave you the certificate? Giver. Hence giver. Okay. I got it. That's what I'm going to call it. Do you buy Coffee Playground or is it bean form? I do both. This stuff right now is not ground. Speaking of which, I'm out. So on that note, presenter. I thought about presenter, but I don't. The presenter of the certificate. I'm just gonna stick with giver. I have to go get more coffee. Starbucks not ground. That's actually pretty good. Boop, 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 boop. I got my plug right here. Ah, much better. Issuer. You win the prize, Johnny Clueless. You definitely win the prize. 20 points for Johnny Clueless for coming up with the best name ever. You could have saved me a lot of time. I need to make that point system, goddammit. I mean, something that's not swearing because it's Sunday. I do not want to take the Lord's name in vain on the Sabbath. But I'll drink coffee like a devil heathen. You know, Mormons will go straight to hell for doing what I'm doing right now. Don't believe me? Joseph Smith was once asked, will a man go to hell for drinking tea? And Joseph Smith's response was, why would a man allow himself to go to hell over a cup of tea? The answer is yes. Ah, hell, here I come. I'm not even kidding. Oh, there's like nice biscuit right here. It's not so devilish, it's just chocolate. Hey, Mormons, cheers to you. Oh, God, it's so good. Coffee and chocolate goes really well together. Raritan, you should know this. My wife is cooking up spiced wine in the other room, like hot spiced wine, and I'm like, I cannot touch that stuff. If I touch that stuff, I'll be asleep. I won't be able to do my web thing. So I'm sticking with the coffee right now. Publication. I almost feel like, I don't know. I'm just thinking here. Thinking out loud. You know, order an XL coffee and double shot of vodka mix and drink. Yeah. And then ask them to drink it with you. And then they'll say, if they're Russian, you go out there, I would go out with people and they would want to drink because they're Russian. If you don't drink with the Russians, they're like, you're a bad person. And I say, я не пью из-за религию. Пожалуйста. Ну, ладно, понятно. That's what they'll say. Yeah, I had that a lot, actually. Totally saved me. If I had, knocked vodka back with the sailors that I got stuck with once, or the the arms dealers probably would not have ended well. I did a lot of meeting and drinking with the Russians. I was gonna say, if you were in Russia, you got to break bread, man. If you're gonna deal with Russians, you've got to break bread and knock back the vodka, or you're not a, very Klingon, for lack of a better reference. Publication. I think I already wrote something about this. There we go. Publication, academic work. I need to, oh wait, I was going to do the generator. Come on, generator. All right, so I need to look at what happens with the docs. Yeah, there we go. So, no. All right, see this? So there is the, yeah, that's fine. That's going to be represented like that. That's the only way you're going to see it's like that. In fact, watch this. If I do go doc dash all more. Okay, look at that. Seen in Moscow, have a couple drinks with the mob. Yeah. If you want to do real estate business, yeah, you have to do that. There's no other way. Resume and protoresume.pb.go. Oh, whoopsie. There we go. Man, it doesn't fit on one page. How horrible is that? It's that good old timestamp right there. Those stutterers. Timestamp. That is an anti-pattern in Go, by the way. Bad. There's so many developers in Go and Google who have no idea how to code in Go, but yet they make standard library shit. It's kind of upsetting. I'd really love to get Rob Pike alone and let him talk freely about that. This is a travesty. Let's see here. Protobuf has exported fields. Scripter. On timestamp.t. Oh. We didn't put a date on the certificates, did we? I don't think we did. What did I say? Received, granted, issued. There we go. So you were issued a certificate. You were awarded. You were granted a certificate. You were, yeah, issued, I guess. Issuer. Who issued you the certificate? That's issues like permit. He gave you the certificate. Where'd you get the certificate? Who issued it? Now I'm gonna go back to my other one. Who gave you the certificate? Maybe not. Issuer, issued, fine. I don't want to overthink this. But this is going to live for a long time, so I don't want to regret it later. So, publication. I mean, I want to officially have issued on. I kind of want to follow the same convention, so I have on in lots of other things. I want to see if I can get rid of that. Timestamp on. Accomplishment. I accomplished this on. You know what? Date. I'm changing that. I'm changing my mind on that. I'm gonna make all these date. Date. Even though it's a timestamp. I don't know what to put there. Date of the award. Rather than on. Organization, on. All the ons. I should probably do a word boundary search instead of this. On. Lots of ons, not the actual on. I mean, this is, I know, I'm just being lazy. Education, occupation. I've heard all tion words originated in French. Position, occupation. English is like an amalgamation of lots of other languages. Germanic, romantic. That's why it's so hard for people to learn. Issued. No, we're going to put certificate. What is the date of the certificate? Boom. Should we put expires? Sure. So people can keep track of their certificates and know when they're all going to expire. This is becoming, like I said, it's becoming kind of a personal career database. Yep. All right, publication. Publication is an academic work. Whoops. Hi, Mac. It is an academic work, paper, book, relevant article. Seems redundant. With a specific pub. All right. So tags, I'll change that to 1. Date is a time, Google timestamp, just cause. Date. Title, I suppose. Title. You go to bed. I'm gonna be up forever. You should go to bed though. I already slept. I slept till like my times are all messed up, just so everybody knows. It's weird too, because I bet more people would watch my stream if I actually streamed during regular like American hours, but I don't. I stream during like Australian hours. Which, you know, I don't claim to have any kind of consistency in anything I do. I try. Sometimes when it comes to coding, I'm a little more consistent than usual, but not always. Title, publication. Do we need a synopsis? Yes, we do. It's optional, right? I kind of want to put icons on all this stuff too. Because if you did that, then you really could make a profile site off of just this, you know? My sleep later keeps sliding. Some days my work concerns me. Yes, I know. And it's not good for your health. I will say this. I have been getting up and running every day since I turned 53. All right, tags, title, synopsis, date. What do we got here? That's probably good. I mean, that's it. We can add more to it. Title, synopsis of the publication. I mean, we don't. This is not a full-blown database, so it's like we don't need to. I don't need to have everything that a publication might want to list, right? This is just enough for it to be listed in a career profile or a CV or something. And that is too much stressful anybody. It is, yeah, it's really stressful. Yep. Project type. We need to come back to that. I actually have this somewhere else. There it is. So this was to make it an enumeration. And I don't know how to do enumeration, so I need to look that up. Yeah, I'm writing the CV in code because I'm still working on it. Because I'm gonna write it. I need to have the categories so that I can put my file in this format. So yeah, I'm very close to being done. I'm 62% through the file. So more sweet than Starbucks, Dark Sumatra. Yeah, I'm not a Folgers fan. CVs are written in latex. Not all CVs. Yeah. Yeah. Folgers came from the same generation that gave us cancer-causing baby oil and baby powder and many other wonderful things. And glow-in-the-dark toothpaste. Radioactive glow-in-the-dark toothpaste. Yep. I need to look up how to do an enumeration in Protobuf, so I'm going to look up that right now. I remember sort of, but I want to just confirm it. So, gRPC for web Protobuf enumerations. Oh, this looks interesting. It's a Microsoft thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's so many bad things in the 50s that we did to everyone. Because we're probably doing the same thing now. You watch. They're going to discover the cause of cancer has been something that is like permeating all of our environment and has been forever. Proto has various languages, blah, blah, blah. Okay, here we go. This is not an... Oh, it is an enum. It can't be that easy. Is it that easy? I guess it is. All right. So here we go. Here's our Protobuf enum. Project type. So a project type is an enum. And I guess we're going to have... No, we were trying to do this fancy stuff where we were going to have the project type be either a string or a number. It might be cell phone towers. We just don't know. I mean, that's going to be interesting. Yeah. I mean, they know there's this person my wife knows who got jaw cancer, and it was because of the headset that she wore. She wore the same headset all the time, you know. There's cops that get testicular cancer because they put the ray gun in their crotch when they're resting. So they put their speed gun in their crotch, and then they take it out and they shoot people, and they all got testicular cancer from it. So, you know, I mean the 50s. You mean the time of Mary Curie? Microwaves are the things that are going to kill us. You see that they're assassinating people with microwaves, right? That is insane. They're literally assassinating people with microwaves. and they get so sick and then they die and they can't figure out what's going on. And then they finally figured it out so they can start tracking it. So that when someone's getting attacked, yeah, it's a real thing. You can go read about it. Yeah. It's now kind of coming to light, but there's been a lot of like ambassadors and civil servants that are working at embassies. And what they do is they target them with microwaves in the head. They have these really intense microwave guns. And yeah, it's a slow murder, so it's not detectable. And they eventually get sick and they can't explain why they're getting sick, and then they die. And now they're finally uncovering it all. It's really interesting. It's crazy. It's like really, really crazy. And anyone says microwaves aren't dangerous, this is not conspiracy theory. This is like, you know, yeah, I know. I'll tell you who does that. A state actor. It's ingenious. It's an ingenious and completely evil way. It's like, yeah. My friend, my childhood friend who lived down the street, he was slowly poisoned with rat poison by his ex-wife. Tried to kill him, almost died. I'm not kidding. A true story. True story. Yep, I could tell you his name. They caught her. They finally caught her. She was slowly putting rat poison in every one of his meals, and he was getting really sick, and they couldn't figure anything out and everything. People are sadistic fucks, man. I'm telling you. It's like, there's a lot of good people out there too, but the true story, that is an absolute true story. In fact, he's kind of lost it a little bit, and he got kind of, I mean the best here, but he got a little bit clingy. And it's just such a tragedy. It's such a tragedy. To kill CIA people before leaving? I wouldn't doubt it. That guy is capable of anything if it means his own pockets get lined and he doesn't get exposed. He's proven that over and over again. That's not even news. You know. So project type. I don't know if I necessarily even want to have a project type be specified. I think it's the reason I did this is I wanted to be able to search for open source projects, if that makes sense. But I think that might be too specific. That are totally untraceable. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I believe that too. Look, it sounds demented, but the thing I don't understand is what pushes a person to do that. I mean, because they're doing it when people act that violently. I'm going to get rid of project type altogether. I'm just going to make it. I'm just going to allow people to do project types in tags. So if they want to say open source, they can make a tag that's open source. This is a wonder of tags. Tags allow you to organize your content however you want. That's why they're so successful on Twitter. So I'm going to do that and get out of the categorization business and get rid of this project type, which is probably the right thing to do. Yeah. So yeah, man, people are, hey Connor. Rob, I'm building an e-commerce social website. I'm deciding between PHP or Ruby. You're asking the wrong guy, my friend. Which would you choose from years of experience? I would never use PHP willfully, ever. Ever. But would the rest of the world use PHP? Yes, they would. If you're making a social website, okay, so here's the problem. If you use either PHP or Ruby, you're 100% locked in to a server-based architecture. And I would suggest you at least consider a serverless architecture as much as you can. You're never going to be able to get away from a server in a social media app like that. You're going to have a server, but I would suggest starting by engineering a really kick-ass GraphQL API. And then your front end you don't care. This is the modern way for development, if you ask me. You decide what stuff that your end user is gonna be doing, I don't even want to know that PHP can do shell scripts. just no. Go ask Guardsman Bob on PHP versus Ruby. Or Java even hates PHP. Yeah, and that's pretty much the way it goes. The modern way to do what you want to do is to decouple the front end of any kind from your back end. Think of them as two separate things, two separate languages. And the back end, its one job is to produce really great APIs. This is how Twitch, GitHub, GitLab, everybody does it, Twitter. And nobody cares what the front end is. The advantage of doing that is you can actually use a command line interface if you wanted to, even to the whole thing. So when you make that decision, then your decision about what the language is on the back end is a completely separate decision from what's going to be on the front end, because there's no coupling between the two. And this is the completely opposite idea behind full stack JavaScript development, where everything is JavaScript all in between. So yeah, I would say Go. Go on the back. Go is the standard these days for that stuff on the back end. And the reason is because it has such amazing integration with the databases and stuff you're going to need to talk to. And then on the front end, if you use GraphQL or REST even, or gRPC, that's what I'm making right now. Then whatever you have on the front end, JavaScript probably can talk, even WebAssembly can talk to it that way. That's how I would build a modern application. And you wouldn't see me ever reaching for a PHP Mac. Make sure you put a kappa on that so they don't take you seriously. There's no way I would openly use PHP or Ruby for any greenfield project where I can pick whatever I want. Just would never do it. It's just too fraught with disaster. People at DEF CON laugh at PHP all the time. So there you go. Just did Python, pretty cool. Spits out GCC. Ooh, interesting. I'm not trying to put you down if you want to use PHP. If you want to use it, fine. You'll never catch me doing any greenfield project in Ruby or PHP. And I love Ruby. I love Ruby syntax and stuff. I mean, as languages go. I really, really love Mats too. Matsumoto. He's a phenomenal human being. The guy who invented Ruby. And they just got bought for $28 billion. Awesome. So because they got bought for billions of dollars, that makes the technology good, right? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying, Ian? You're saying that because Slack was written in PHP and was bought for $28 billion, that it's a good language and a good technology to use. That's what it sounded like to me. Because that would, be the logical. So you're assuming that, number one, Slack is a good application. Me too, dude. I did too. That's why I hate it so much. I've been burned so many times by PHP for different things, including memory leaks, security flaws. There is a never-ending story list I have of all the ways PHP has done me personally wrong, and the reason I will never look at it again. So, is it still going to get used by everybody? Yeah, 50% of the web, they say, is running on PHP right now because of WordPress. There's actually a really great debate between the PHP WordPress guy and the Jamstack guy. I forget the names of them. There's a debate. It's a pretty good debate. GraphQL is really awesome, and you have to understand that I really believe that because it comes from Facebook. The Facebook engineers who designed GraphQL were geniuses. They did a phenomenal job. I really, really agree that they did great with that. I mean, the concept was not particularly novel. Oh, let's allow one query to return multiple different possible things instead of forcing 15 queries for one thing. That didn't take a genius to invent that, but to actually put it on paper and, establish it as a thing, that did take some doing, and they've made a documentary about it. Actually, I really recommend you guys go watch the GraphQL documentary. It's really well made, and they've started having their first GraphQL conferences and stuff. There's a couple quirks in the syntax that I don't particularly like the whole, it kind of looks like JSON, but it's not. And because it has to be embedded in JSON, there's that whole weird thing with especially if you're using curl, because now you've got like escape hell with backslashes. Do you know what I'm talking about? Some of you might know if you ever played around with GraphQL in the command line, like using curl or something. It gets really hairy. All right, so projects. Open source and other project participation. All right. Project is a project. Project is an open source or other project include project. Let's see. Project is a professional. Let's see. Project can be project is any work, professional or personal. Let's see. Professional or personal in which relevant skills are used and demonstrated. Personal and professional in a group or by oneself or individually, in which relevant skills are used and demonstrated. Keep in mind that personal projects are often the strongest indicators of motivation and autodidactic learning ability. Do not leave them out. Do not discount them. How about that? Discount them. There we go. I like my new place, very jazzy and cozy. Yeah, my wife, I've turned my wife into an ASRM addict. She didn't know about these. She saw them on my window now, and she has them on the 60-inch screen in the other room, and she looks forward to flipping through all of the different ones. She found there's an entire Outlander series of these that is just Outlander music and fireplaces and stuff. It's like she considers herself a gamer now just because she goes and looks at all these. It's her favorite thing of the whole evening to do is to sit there and knit or code or work on accounting or something. The old vintage gramophone is one step too far. Where's the gramophone? I don't see it. Oh, right. No, that's a relic. I think it's a relic, right? My wife comes in, she looked at my thing that she said and goes, "Oh, that's very Rob." That's what she said. That's very Rob. I'm like, oh, okay. Project is any work, professional, personal, in a group or individually, in which relevant skills are used and demonstrated. Keep in mind that personal projects are often the strongest indicators of motivation and autodidactic learning ability. Do not discount them. Use tags to isolate projects to distinguish. How about that? To categorize projects of a specific type, such as open source. Strongest equals strongest. Strongest. Did I really write that? I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed. What else I got here? Now you got me paranoid. Time span. I'm gonna add you because I'm sick of seeing your. There we go. How about the rest of the stuff? Anything? Uh-oh. Proto 3. This is the case where I was like, I don't know if I want to add it. Resume. Protobuf. Timestamp is. These are all actual words, so. I mean, my dictionary is pretty big. Protalk. That's not a name, so I'm not going to do that one. Scanning for errors. Scanning. I know it's going to make people dizzy. Oh, I'm out of coffee, goddammit. One of, no, not, I'm not validating you. Because that's more common in real life. Demonstratable, see, look at that. There we go. There's a legit error. I should probably fix that one, but I'm not going to. So there. Not right now, anyway. Where am I? Where's my pro project? Okay, here we go. I almost feel like I don't need to put documentation on these little guys. It's pretty obvious what they are. Yep. Well, I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. this about? Okay, there we go. There we go. That's much better. So I have some of the spiced wine that I told you I wasn't going to have. I just want to taste. Just to taste. Why is this like dripping? Gosh dang it, Doris. It's messing up my mouse pad. I mean, my keyboard pad. She made this like spice. I look like a Ferengi right now. I have like a Ferengi like head ridge right here. You know how the Ferengi are? Like they have that whole thing. Oh, I've never seen myself from the side as much as I have since I started streaming. It's like the strangest thing. I encourage it for everyone. It's kind of mind blowing. All right, look at that. Can you see? Oh, come on, Steam. Come back. It's like steaming. Can you see it? I guess you can't see the steam. Gosh dang it. Ooh, very nice. It's like spiced wine. Oh, another thing I would go to hell for. Cheers, Mormons. Hell must be so nice. I cannot wait. Can we actually drink spiced wine in hell too? So good. Oh, that's just way too good. That's dangerously good. I'm famous for saying I just want to taste and end up having like a whole keg. Look, I'm not pretending to have willpower. It's not even pretending. That's why I have to keep stuff out of my house, because if it's in the house, I'll eat it. You know what? I tell my wife right up. It's like, if you bring bratwurst into this house, I cannot refuse it. So do not let me know if I have it. It's like, it's in my whatever Germanic DNA to eat bratwurst. All right, message project, profile. What is a profile? Profiles. I actually already commented on all these, so I'm just kind of rehashing them, saving myself some time. Profile is refers to a specific social media profile, such as Twitter, LinkedIn, GitHub, GitLab, etc. And then what? So we provide such as Twitter, LinkedIn, blah, blah. Don't need this. I actually am going to turn the jazz up for a bit. It's the same jazz track that's on all of these. They all play exactly the same jazz track. It must be like copyright free. What a wonderful Sunday evening this is turning out to be. And what? So we have a profile, we have a platform, I have a handle. See, these are going to end up in the comments, in the you know, I don't think I need it. I really don't. Do we want to give profile tags? I suppose we do. I mean, I think we should probably err on the side of caution with tags. We want to give everything tags so people can categorize their own resume like databases. And they can do their own, you know, they can build their own templates based on just the tags and their own tagging system. So I don't want to get in people's face on that particular point. In fact, projects has tags, so locations have tags. The cool thing about that is that leaves us open in case we miss something in the API. I don't think that's premature abstraction. Entity. Okay, so this is a tricky one. I wonder if I have some other references to this. Nope. Okay. entity refers to an organization or a person. The end. Next thing. That was easy. Tag. Implement tag validation on the string. I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. I don't, you know what? I do think we need validation on this actually, because just because we just do. Oh, this reminds me, I meant to try something here. So I'm going to put a thumbtack in that. We'll come back to that later. So if somebody's going to put, what I wanted to do is I wanted to see if a validation, I'll have to do it. When I add validation, I'll do it. But what I want to test is to see whether if I put validation on the line after it and I put the semicolon on the different line, does it actually read both lines as one? And that would be really nice for readability if that's true. But I don't know if that's true, so I need to validate that. And this would be one of those cases. So if I put like tag here, can I do this? Right? So can I do... Oh, wait, we have an example of this. JSON. Did I not do that? God damn it. JSON name. There's something I need to look up here. We still don't need enumeration. I don't have that yet. But I know how to do them, so I don't need to worry. JSON name Protobuf. So if I remember right, that's how we can indicate we want our names to be capitalized without violating Protobuf style guidelines. Okay. It is JSON name. There you go. So omit empty. Interesting. So this means you can pass stuff through. And I don't know if you even need a if this is a specific plugin or not. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Name string Protobuf bytes 1 up name. Is it JSON or JSON name? I'm pretty sure they got that wrong. It's JSON underscore name. Yeah, there we go. The proto file JSON underscore name is not used to generate the code. What? This is interesting. This means the TinyWAL might have been wrong. Closed. Try to write go structs. Proto, but only generates JSON underscore item dot name only. But I need JSON. Do you know how to set JSON tags? Do not put a space between JSON name equals blah and omit empty. Also, adding a comma there with intent to add omit empty is not a proper way to do that. Anyway, oh, gotcha. I think this is actually a bug in the Protoc Golang code generator. It is always using the property name, in this case name, not the value in option. Interesting. We're going to go give that a test right now. This is getting around the problem of capitalization. I want to have capital JSON names. I like them because it makes my YAML much easier to read. In fact, if I have capitalization in my names, I can actually submit a YAML as kind of as a resume itself to some people who use whitespace properly. And that's something I want to do. When I was trying something like string name equals JSON name equals something, in my Protect file, I get JSON equals something, JSON name comma omit. Should be just becoming interesting. Option in the product file has nothing to do with the generated JSON tag, but rather with the name used in the official Protobuf to JSON mapping implemented in the JSON PB package. Interesting. If you want finer granular control over the generated JSON tags, this is in the subset 52. Huh. So that whole emit empty thing is killing it. So let's try this. I actually have to test this. This is interesting. You have multiple tags. So let me see something here. Tag. I almost feel like I don't even need tags to be a type. I feel like it could just be a string, you know? I'm thinking that's probably... I don't know. I think... Yeah, I think this might be better like this. Because I don't need a whole subtype just for tag. I mean, it's just a string after all. That has a particular type of validation on it. I see why. Okay, I just got a reason to do this. Because now I can validate this, right? So... Yep, let's try this. Okay, so if I do... I'm going to do this whole JSON thing. All right. So this is how you're supposed to do it. And there we go. What does this generator do now? Oh, wait. Generate. I need new coffee music. All right, cancel. Actually, no, turn your coffee music. I'm going to lose my rain though. Oh well. The price you have to pay. Wait. Refresh. Whole 34 people in here. What are you doing here? Welcome. Oh, now it just dropped by 4. I just scared 4 people away. The YouTube.com. I'm looking for free coffee music. Just give me a second, okay? Coffee music. It just makes me happy. It's usually a synonym for jazz. I played this one so many times. Is this the Bossa Nova one? It's a little bit too much to take sometimes. That's kind of nice. All right. Links, of course. I talked about that a lot, Raritan. Have you not yet heard one of my rants on that? Yeah, why? You know, I don't need to, but telling me, yeah, we're being unproductive. Did I do a generate already? I don't think I did. Generate. Wait, I have a thing. I have a thing. There. Grep. What should we grep? We should grep out Oh, you know what? I'm going to do this with a capital. I did it wrong. God damn it. All right. So you're good now. And then we're going to grep tags out of pb.go. Ooh. Actually, that's not helping. Let's see. I need to go look at the whole thing. Who am I kidding? Get tags, X tags. Wait, there we go. Hey, look. I capitalized it, and the JSON is still the lowercase. Yeah. I mean, I think you can do that with whatever Vimium, but I don't. This is proof positive right here that it does not respect the name of the tag. So Taniwal was wrong. I appreciate him trying to find that for us, but I'm going to have to let him know. Which I'm not going to stress over right now. Unless this is, wait, wait, it's possible that I'm incorrect still. So let me find all of the versions of tags. Actually, let's do this. Let's look for all the capital versions of tags. Wait, where would it be? Would it be in, oh, you know what? I can do this. If that exists, it does not exist. So this is not a thing that exists. Nope, not a thing that exists. So that would mean there is no such thing. So that is a fail. I'm gonna find entity just to be sure. Whoops. So there's the entity, and there's tags. So we have a tag. It even says name tags JSON. What? Okay, so this is interesting. So this changes Protobuf to say I want you to use tags, but it doesn't change the Go generator, and that's exactly what the ticket said. So there's something else to add there. I know not how. We shall continue to read the syntax. In fact, this is exactly what this December 19, 2019 comment says. The JSON name option in .proto file has nothing to do with the generated JSON tag, but rather the name using the official Protobuf to JSON mapping, which is what we saw. So it would need to be there, which is implemented in the JSON PB package. If you want a finer granular control over how to generate JSON tags, then this is a subset. Then this is a subset of number 52. Looks like the last comment on that topic. So let's go look at this. This is a learning expedition. So what do we have here? We have Golang Protobuf. To support for Go tag option to specify custom struct tags. This issue was opened in 2015. Wow, Protobuf is old, man. It's been around forever. It's amazing that all this stuff's coming up because of gRPC and REST not cutting it for web services. I think this is interesting that this is all of a sudden just getting really popular. It'd be fun to look at the research on this. Somebody have the link to the Google search index about Protobuf and gRPC. It probably went through the roof, probably middle of last year, when everybody started announcing they were not going to use REST anymore for web services. Or GraphQL even. They're starting to use gRPC for everything because it couldn't support the speed requirements. And Flatbuff. Open this issue generator proposal on July 19, 2015. Is it possible to define a message with custom tags, for example, defining a JSON name that isn't just the lowercase field, or adding a BSON tag? BSON is JSON for Mongo. No, there's no support for that, nor any intention to support it. 284 thumbs downs. You know why? People don't like uppercase JSON. They like, it disturbs them. But I love it. and I don't care. But I also don't want to violate gRPC Protobuf style guidelines, which call for underscores and instead of mixed case, even though what ends up getting rendered is not only mixed case, but it's initial caps because it has to be exported because it's Go. So what happens is you get 3 different names. You get the JSON name, which is all lowercase underscore, and it has mixed case. It's not even snake case, which would have been fine in the JSON as well. I personally would have liked to have dashes in there or whatever. And that, by the way, translates into YAML too. So if you are using YAML for your Protobuf data, it has to look JSON-esque, and I really hate that. I don't want, camel case in my YAML files. I want them to be initial capped. But the only way to do that is to violate the Protobuf style guidelines and say, I'm going to name everything uppercase, in which case you're just thumbing your nose at the snake case style guideline. And if you do that, every single name is the consistent. Your function name is the same that gets generated. The JSON name is the same exact thing that gets generated, and then it matches what ends up landing in the JSON file as well, and the YAML file. So in fact, I had it that way, and I'm seriously considering thumbing my nose at that particular convention from the language. I think it's crap because, every language does it differently, and therefore, why not? You could argue against that and say, well, that's what makes Protobuf so great, is that it is a way to universally declare something using a specific style guideline. And that's probably the most important thing for you to observe, because anybody coming from any language should be able to look at it and know what it is. If you put a language specific modification to the standard style guideline in Protobuf, which is supposed to be cross-language, then you're kind of saying, no, my Protobuf is only for Go. And that makes me feel like a bad citizen. But I hate it because, and so the reason that I'm even talking about this is because Taniwa claimed to have found a way to indicate what your JSON tags would be. And the JSON rendering is there's nothing in the style guidelines that say you must render it in JSON this way. It just tells you what the default is. And the default, by the way, is camel case. So don't even get me started. Why would you make the standard Protobuf as underscore in all of your naming, and then the JSON rendering is automatically camel case? Why would you do that? I mean, if you're going to do that, make dashes or something, or keep the underscore. But no, they make it so JSON, they've decided JSON shall be camel case, and it's just annoying. Here's a Google trend past 5 years. Did you find it? Look at you, man. I don't know if I can, this is a good, now that this is one of the downsides I'm finding of a really big terminal like this because I can't fit a URL on a single screen, which means that, I'm somewhat hindered in that regard. Let me type last, URL. There we go. Okay, fine. I can open it. Wait, I should probably open this with the web browser though. I have a thing for this. Open last. God damn it. Is it last open? Nope. Open last URL. I told you what to open. Fine. I just did that. I did it twice. Fine. I'm trying to use up my new gadgets that I've been writing, so forgive me. I wrote some new gadgets some new scripts that help me out here. To open stuff up. Google Trends. Oh my. Interest over time. What? I don't understand. Pair breakdown by region. I lost my chat. Where are you guys? It's a graph search trend. Yep. So yeah, so searches for Protobuf are definitely going up, right? Look at gRPC is kind of going nuts, right? It seems like it's pretty steady. Thanks to one of your reviewers, I've happily restarted my front end and decided to follow docs and my own knowledge on a specific tutorial. Good job. Good job, coding. Yeah, we got good people here, man. Dinner was good. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, gRPC tends to be spiking. Man, it had a... Oh, it was December. Nobody searches for stuff in December. They're all asleep. But here we go. Is it like July? Everyone was freaking out over gRPC. I think this is probably when it started coming to my attention. Yeah, it definitely is on the way up. It's going down now because it's December. Just like there was a down dip right here. You watch though. In January, it's gonna go up. I mean, it's gonna hit really big. I find it interesting that like way back when Protobuf was more popular than gRPC. The search is, that's like only 16, but I find that's fascinating to me. Does Go have its own MVC framework? No, because MVC is kind of dead. So many people use it. It looks very interesting to pick up. No, if you're using MVC, you want to look for something else. There's a few reasons to use MVC these days, but it migrated over to MV Splat for a while, you know, MV whatever, and then a lot of the whole MVC mania has kind of waned. Separation of your view from your controller, your model is still a good idea, but there's people that are approaching it. It's more about component-oriented design now, and component-oriented design is totally different than MVC. It may have been inspired in part by it, but if you're talking about graphic UI development, almost all graphic UI development these days is the rage everybody talks about is component-oriented programming. Yeah, COP or and they usually cite React in the next phrase as doing that. That means that, you know, these components are all kind of independent of each other and they all do their own thing. I'm not a pro on that. I don't work with that every day, so don't take my word for that. Just go study it. MVC is still a thing. You're going to see a lot of MVC in like old school, like school books and stuff like that, because that was the thing everybody did forever. It is, you know, it's still largely out there. I'm not saying it's not there. And there's probably still some really valid uses for it still. The main takeaway is, you know, separating your model from your views. But yeah, just make sure you know, kind of round yourself out there when you're reading about that. And don't just say MVC is the MVC or the highway kind of thing. So yeah, and you know, I'm the last person to take any authority with regard to graphics applications. So, but I've read just some stuff about that. There's somebody in the stream actually who was talking about that, if I remember right. All right, so back to what I was doing. What was I doing? So yeah, we're not gonna look. I'm just gonna throw JSON name out the door. I'm not gonna use it. It doesn't make any sense to do it because it clutters up it basically defeats the main reason for doing all of this. This is legitimately an enum right here. I gotta make sure that that's an enum. I'm debating. I'm thinking we're going to make, once again, tags to the rescue. I'm getting rid of learning method. I'm going to say put tags here, because then you can tag your own learning methods. You can say, I want all my school learning methods and all my book learning methods to be the same. This needs tags. Occupation is already, no, this is a section, so that doesn't get a tag. Organization has got a tag. But this has got string tags, and I wanted to do tag validation. Goes main user point. Oh, it's all over the place, man. It's basically replacing Python and Java for whatever those things are used. A little bit of C++. So you could ask the question about what are those things used for. I'm debating about whether to make this just a simple string and then let people do validation on their own and have it be a little bit looser. And that would allow people to enter tags that have spaces in them and different things. And I think that's okay because this is now a personal database instead of like a database that's going to have to be consistent with multiple submissions. So people could come up with their own tagging schemes. And I think the more flexibility, the better in that regard. So I'm going to make a decision to drop the validation of tag types and just make them strings and call it a day. Validation in general, the more I've been thinking about validation, I got to wait and talk to Taniwal about this, but I actually am starting to think that validation is not what you expect it to be because it has to happen after the message has been parsed. Yeah, so all of the validation plugins are, so I'm going to have to restate this for Taniwal when he gets on, but there are in fact, this is kind of jumping forward ahead into the time I'm going to add validation to things. So up until very recently, I was going to add validation, which includes like maximum character size, but then today, while I was on my run, I was just thinking about this and I started picking it apart, and the whole idea of validation as implemented in an add-on plugin. And I was also kind of comparing it to what I'd learned last week about Flatbuff, which is a much faster way for doing all this stuff, but it's a different approach entirely. It was designed for game development mostly. And the thing that really hit me is, and this is a question for Taniwal really, or for anybody frankly who knows the low levels of parsing of Protobuf. There's nothing in the specification of Protobuf that limits the length of an integer that I've found so far. If anybody has any information to the contrary on that, I'd really love to hear it. The reason that is so important is because one of the attack vectors against something that's running on gRPC, and of course I'm thinking about how to attack this the whole time I'm studying it, is that you could overload it with too much data. So you could send a packet, hypothetically, you could send a Protobuf message that blows away the memory constraints of a particular thing unless there's other system constraints. But the Protobuf specification itself does not have an n, like a string n, like in C or something, to limit the number of incoming bytes. How's it going? So the problem with that is that it's fundamentally at risk of denial of service attacks and stuff like that. And that really troubles me. In fact, it makes me rethink wanting to do anything in gRPC at all. I'm sure that I'm missing something, but if I'm not, we're talking about putting a lot of systems at risk. And somebody would argue, well, those, buffer constraints and reading constraints like that are applied by the protocol itself. So in the case of like what's to stop somebody from sending an entire core dump in as a JSON file, right? And the fact of the matter is there is nothing that stops that over HTTP. Over HTTP, you can send as big a file as you want over HTTP. You can send like a multi-terabyte file if you wanted to. and it's up to the server to decide that that's too big. And there's ways to, configure your server to not allow it, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes time to adding Protobuf files, so one of the reasons I immediately went for validation is I was like, what I was really looking for was a constraint on the size of a string. So if I'm saying I'm going to send a tag, I want to say, no, I want to make sure all my tags are under 10 characters, because this all comes from like database design. When you're doing database design, this feels a lot like I'm writing a DLL, I mean a DDL, a data definition language. So, like when you're going to originally design, particularly like a records and fields kind of situation, like, standard SQL database. And so you're organizing your database and you're thinking, okay, what are the size constraints on this thing? How big is this varchar? And how big is, are all of these things? And what's the maximum size and all that? And that is, those constraints are placed on the database. And of course, if you're coding in C or anything else, you've learned that you need to limit the size of certain things. And, the whole point of strict typing a lot of times to say, no, you're trying to put something that's too big into this thing that's only 1 byte. And that's all well and good while you have that. And so I was actually hoping for that level of constraint, which would probably impact the parsing, I would guess, because you'd have to be counting while you're parsing. You know what I mean? So like the whole point of gRPC is how efficient it is. And, it breaks the fields down. I really need to get into the binary of the protocol. I need to break down the actual binary format and say how many bytes for this, how many bytes say this is coming. And then, because I think what it does is it doesn't actually say how many bytes are about to come. And I don't know that for sure. I need to look at that. It's something I really need to study. If that's true, then it minimally, that you can know what's going on. And I imagine that there would be a way at the gRPC level to say, oh, you're sending a field that is more than I allow for any field, period. But as I'm looking at it today, I'm not seeing any maximum limitation constraints that you would normally see in the definition of a database or something on anything, which means that these could all be sent, and I tried to look for that kind of validation and I found the validators. And then today I realized that these validators are useless. And the reason that they're useless is because they don't come into play until you call validate. So that means, for example, here's a working case scenario. I open up a connection to something. I send it a gRPC a Protobuf message over gRPC, and the receiving side parses that entire message, puts it into memory, inflates an object using Go or whatever, and now I have all that memory consumed without any checks on it at all, as far as I know. And there's no guarantee that you have enough memory to load that message. And there's nothing in this specification that says a certain message field has to be a particular size. There's nothing. There's nothing in there that I've found so far. And there might be, and I just need to find it. And if that's true, there's literally nothing stopping somebody from sending a massive gRPC message that would occupy all the memory and crash your server. And, gRPC has been used in kind of a protected environment right now with trusted microservices, but it's starting to grow beyond that. And it concerns me that there is no limit on the amount of data that's being read into memory. And the validator that's here, the reason this is completely useless to me, that really what we should really do is we really need to read about Envoy proxy, because it is the thing, it is like the thing that everybody's using to send gRPC messages around. And I imagine there's these kind of constraint settings that can be placed within the configuration file. If they're not, it's going to be a hacker heyday. And so, if you can send the, it would have been ideal if they could have sent field lengths with it and then set constraints on what those field lengths would be, and then actually also define them in the specification. That would have been the best of all. But I imagine they wanted to just not, they were working under a trusted environment, and because it came about from within Google, And so they didn't feel, sort of the need to not trust where these connections are coming from. And therefore, after the fact validation was perfectly fine, because now I've got all this memory. I trusted that memory to be fine. And now I can go validate that the data that's in those messages matches what I allowed. But the main reason that I wanted to do validation in the first place was to prevent the potentially dangerous reading of large messages that are undefined in their type. And the reading of this message into memory is happening way before validate ever gets a chance to run. So when validate runs, you're like, okay, fine. I've checked the password to see if it's got the stuff that I think should have in it because I'm a stupid coding bro and I don't know that passwords don't need to be limited that way, whatever. I mean, don't get me started on that. But, so validation at that point becomes irrelevant because, so what? It's like you've got the data already. Your application can now do the validation. You've already bought off on the fact that you're loading all of this memory. And then it's just like Taniwa did once say at one point, he's like, I leave the validation to application. And that's fine. I mean, the only thing validation buys you here is it does give you a nice, happy way to write the validation. Also, in some sense, I think it does kind of communicate that field should not be bigger to everyone else, right? So, and I'm not against it completely because the whole point of the Protobuf file is to communicate to everybody who's ever going to use this stuff what the sizes are. It's like sending a database definition to everyone and saying, you all need to support this in whatever your language is. And right now there's no additional information other than the type, like this has to be an int or whatever, for everybody else. If you wanted to say there should only be 20 characters in this, there is no way to communicate that I've seen so far other than the comment or the addition of this validator plugin, which has its own syntax for specifying maxes and all of that kind of stuff. So if nothing more, it's a method of communicating the limitations so that when somebody builds a database to contain your message that's coming over gRPC, they can go, oh, there's a 20 character max on this. Okay, well, I'll put marchar 20 and avoid, whatever overhead from the database. And that's a good idea, even if they have to parse through, the very, extenuous, syntax of the validator plugin. And there's multiple validator plugins, which is another problem, right? So it's not so much that validation and field specifications are a part of the protocol, which is really too bad, because if they had allowed that additional information somehow to be specified in all of this language, they would have really, really covered all their bases. And you literally could have used the one language to rule them all to define, message types and stuff like that, in addition to the procedures, of course. So you could have actually generated databases, database tables and stuff based on the Protobuf file. But you can't do that as it stands right now. There's no way, because you can't be sure to, you're making a complete guess as to how many characters can be included in, say, a string name. There's no indication of it. And it's just really too bad, because they really, really missed an opportunity there. And maybe there's plans on that in Proton 4. If they actually did that, they would actually end up creating a language, one sort of data representation language to represent them all at the meta level. And that would mean that you could generate code that dealt with things in that size. And it also would mean that you could auto-generate database, table definitions based on it. It could have just been really amazing. And I really feel like they missed the boat on that. Because, and not only that, I think it might be a massive security flaw waiting to happen, but I don't know enough yet. So I'm just looking at this from the outside, and I'm already going, that looks pretty scary. Maybe I'll just get ready for a whole bunch of bug bounties. I haven't won one yet, so maybe that's where I can win one. Because I'll tell you what, if you stick an Envoy proxy on the network, I have to go find that out right now. I'm sorry. It's what time is it? 9 o'clock? I have enough time. I have to go down this rabbit hole right now, or I'm not going to be able to relax. So I have to find out if gRPC and Envoy proxy have some way to avoid memory buffer overflows from reading unspecified large gRPC packets of some kind, messages. Because if they don't, we're really in big trouble. I can't imagine them not doing that. So, but I have to know like now. So how, let's see. How is a, let's see. How are, how do I want to put this? I could probably just search for gRPC mem buff overflow attacks. Let's see if this is a thing. I'm going to be really sad. Change how I built the Protobuf files. That does not seem like the same thing. Yeah, the related to proto files is going to be really need to go lang gRPC. Oh, this is newbie stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I need to get into the white papers and stuff if I'm going to be able to get this. It's going to take a while for me to figure this out. I probably should wait and do this one tiny while on the thing, because this is his bread and butter. So, what prevents Protobuf messages from being huge? As bad language for large data structures. Here we go. Protobuf buffers are not designated to handle large messages as a general rule of thumb. If you're dealing with messages larger than a megabyte each, it may be time to have a graph-like structure that are sometimes up to 1 gigabyte size, way above 1 megabyte. Our Protobuf is bad for serializing large data sets. Well, on the same level. I mean, there might be some more stuff in here. Let's go see. Graph-like data structure is completely different. Generators for C and Python is binary, can't afford text formats. Data structure is quite large, yes. I mean, I get that it's bad for large data sets, but what's preventing you from sending? For example, the OpenStreetMap project uses a Protobuf buffers-based file format for its maps, and the files are often 10 gigabytes in size. Another example is Google's own TensorFlow, which uses Protobuf, and the graphs it stores are up to 1 gig in size. What? TensorFlow uses Protobuf? Mandatory learning, people. Mandatory learning if you're going to be a serious technologist. I mean, you got to learn Protobuf. I had no idea TensorFlow uses Protobuf. However, OpenStreetMap does not have an entire file as a single message. Instead, it consists of thousands of individual messages. Well, yeah. Part of the map, you can apply a similar approach. It doesn't support random access, which is lame. I have to read the whole file. That is really lame. If your application will be reading the whole file to memory anyway, this is not an issue. There's nothing protecting memory, though. That's what I'm trying to get at. This is what TensorFlow does, as it appears to store everything in a single message. If you need random access, use something else. SQLite or whatever. Is that it doesn't support random? Yes, I just read that. Flat buffers, which we've also researched here, represents hierarchical data in a flat binary buffer. Yeah. And here we go. Mobile devices have far less memory, and that's what I was trying to say. It should be fine to use them larger than 1 meg. We do it all the time at Google. It doesn't mean it's fine just because you do it. And I wasn't even aware of the recommendation you're quoting. The main problem is that you'll need to deserialize the whole Protobuf into memory at once. Hi.
She just reminded me it's time to walk.
Sam says it's time to go for a walk.
After 9, she like put her paws on me.
She literally put your paws on you?
She was like,
It's time.
yeah.
All right. Apparently our dog's reminding us it's time to take her for a nice walk. So I will be doing that. If you do wander in here, I'm going to leave my stream on. If you do wander in here and you want to research something, gosh, I'm having wrist pain for some reason. Can I just say the more I learn about Google internals, the less impressed I am with their engineering team. There's certain things about their engineering that I'm really impressed with, but the more like internal knowledge that I get of some of their practices, it's like slowly eroding my opinion of the whole company. So yeah, this doesn't make me feel better. There's so far I haven't read anything that limits the size of memory of a single protocol message over the wire in a public environment. And I think the answer is, and I got to go, but I think that the answer that they're going to say is, well, don't do that. This hurts when I do this. Well, don't do that then. And if that's the answer, that is insufficient. That is insufficient. So someone figure that out. If Taniwal wanders in, maybe catch him up on all this. I gotta ask him specifically. All right. Talk to you soon. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. How loud is it? Check 1, 2. Hey, there's no music. Because it's not plugged in. I know. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. All right. I'm still reading about this Protobuf issue. Oh, thanks, Connor. No, thank you. I'll go fix that right now. Which website? RTBX. RTBX has a bunch of errors because I was in the middle of rewriting a bunch of stuff when I had it. Are you talking about the RTBX site? Yeah, I have things I need to fix. Templates, head or top. That must be Robs.io. Templates, top. No, that was not it. Which one is it? Stack.io? No, that wouldn't be it. Robs.io? Which one has it? RTBX Rob.live. I know what you're saying here. Thank you for that. Yeah, this is left over from another problem. All of them are built on the same template system. I fixed one, I forgot to fix the other ones. Yep. Maybe not. Oh, it is. Theproof.com. There you go. Thank you muchly. Can build. Can preview. Here we go. Click on. This is twitter.com, LinkedIn. Those are all good. Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn off my mute because I was chewing. Thank you for the reminder. I'm kind of out of it today because I'm just kind of casual. My official stream is going to start at midnight tonight, but I'm just doing other things. Thank you for letting me know about this, though. So, this looks fixed, and I just need to push it now. So we'll turn up Cozy. Here we go. Fixed. There we go. I need to run the checker I have on this. I have a checker that does all that. Yep. Thank you very much. So let's see. Large data sets. So I'm just going to try to restate more succinctly my concern about Protobuf. Is that there's no limit on the message size. And I would have hoped that there would have been. It does appear that that is not defined by gRPC, nor is it defined by Protobuf, as is suggested by the Google developers here that says, here's a design pattern for sending things. And I'm assuming the Envoy proxy uses this and it has its own best practice that it implements, which I need to probably read about. If you want to write multiple messages to a single file or stream, it's up to you to keep track of where the message ends and when the next one begins. This is a problem in any application layer protocol because you just don't know when to blow the connection off and stuff like that. You can chew up connections unless you time out or all that thing. The protocol buffer wire format is not self-determining, so protocol buffer parsers cannot determine where a message ends on its own. And that already confirms for me the concern I had. There, as we've said, there's nothing in Protobuf that has anything to do with how long a message should be or any of that. Yeah, it's an additional validator plugin, and the primary reason for validating in my mind would be to prevent against, attacks that manipulate the fact that there's no limit, as is done in C all the time. The easiest way to solve this problem, I have to put my head down, is to write the size of each message before you write the message itself. And that is an add-on that they're suggesting you do. It's like, look, if you need to limit your size, you should probably add that to your own implementation of how to send protobufs around. So this leaves me with the question in an area of stuff I don't know anything about yet, which is how does gRPC actually send the stuff? I've written protocols myself, so I'm really curious to see, obviously they're saying that's the best thing to do, and if they're not doing that, you're probably in trouble, because then the receiver cannot veto messages that are past a certain size. This is how HTTP works, right? So there's a content length HTTP header, MIME type header, and that tells how many bytes to read, and without that, there's no way to know when you're done with the read. For a time in the ancient days, if you read a dot by itself, like an SMTP, that would mean, hey, this message is done. But that was really problematic. And so, defining exactly how many bytes are to be read in the header is a really important thing from any application protocol. When you read the message back in, you read the size, then you read the bytes into a separate buffer. Then parse from that buffer. If you want to avoid copying bytes to a separate buffer, check out the code input stream class in both C++ and Java. This is, by the way, why flat buffers are so popular, because they can be parsed as is as they're coming in. They don't need to do that. At least that's what I've read and somebody mentioned on the stream. Large data sets. Protocol buffers are not designed to handle large messages. This is the one that they took to task. And people are sending us up to 1 gigabyte protobuf messages, so I think that's old data. Self-describing messages. Whoops. This is interesting. Protocol buffers do not contain descriptions of their own types, and that is one of the big things that people cite as a comparison versus JSON. Thus, giving only a raw message without the corresponding .proto file defining its type, it is difficult to extract any useful data. So if you haven't been given a .proto file in the receiver end, you can't say, oh, hey, here's all the different things we're going to do. You have to actually, in advance, you have to communicate that information outside of the transaction to the thing that's going to do the receiving. However, note that the contents of proto file can itself be represented using protobuffers. Interesting. The file src Google protobuf descriptor in the source code package defines the message types involved. Proton can output a file descriptor set, which represents a set of Proton files using descriptor set out option. With this, you could define a self-describing protocol message like so. Interesting. So you could kind of send the schema in advance. Looks like it's set up to do so. By using classes like dynamic message available in C++, you can then write tools that can manipulate self-described messages. Interesting. So that's directly in the same space as JSON schema. So JSON schema, the idea is you send JSON schema in advance, and then you send the JSON, and then it knows how to map that data to the schema. So you basically send the type, and then you send the data. And it looks like there's a pattern already established for doing that with Protobuf, which is good. All that said, the reason that this functionality is not included in the protocol buffer library is because we have never had a use for it at Google. Did I not say that? I think I said those exact words. I said the reason they haven't figured out how to limit the amount of incoming data and therefore denial of service attacks and memory buffer overflows is because they're working within a trusted environment within Google, and they haven't thought through that. And now gRPC and protocol buff and all that stuff is going to be out on the wire on public servers, because it's now becoming the new thing to do microservices, and microservices are expanding outside of the enterprise. People are setting up microservices as a means of mashing up stuff, and eventually, I mark my words, they're gonna put protobuf. They're gonna have gRPC and protobuf built into the browser at some point to sort of like live next to JSON for parsing and stuff like that. So once again, it's just going to be here internally. We don't ever have to worry about that. Mentality has caused, I believe, a level of inferiority in this design that could have been avoided if they had thought about this up front. Instead, it's left to the implementers to fix this. So all that said, this technique requires support for dynamic messages using descriptors. So if you're in cybersecurity Pay attention to this stuff, because if you want to attack gRPC, this is how you do it. All right. I mean, we're inadvertently learning this at the same time. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to figure out, well, what are the main applications for doing the transfer of this data? They are not HTTP servers, because HTTP 2 is required for gRPC and Protobuf, but HTTP 2 by itself does not implement everything necessary. So therefore you have to have usually an additional server, which is where Envoy comes in apparently. And I don't know anything about that. I'm just learning. Please check that our platform supports this feature before using self-described messages. I mean, my overall impression of that, what I just read, is that gRPC still has a long way to go before it's mature for public use. Even though it's getting really fast-tracked right now because of, you know, all the hype that's going around gRPC and Kubernetes as a faster protocol than, and obviously it works for Google internally, so it's clearly going to work for us because it's Google and Google does everything right. I have to go down this rabbit hole some more. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you don't want to watch this, you can go watch something else, but I have to find out right now if Envoy sets a maximum protobuf message size when it's transferring a message. I have to know. So, because it apparently, let's see, I'm going to make sure Envoy is the #1 way to send around protobuf messages. So I'm going to confirm that through how do I set up a gRPC server. I imagine it's going to tell me go get Envoy and go with it. .NET apparently has it too. I imagine that's full of holes. I imagine that's full of holes. Basic tutorial. Let's go. I don't like tutorials. I don't even like that word. They don't know what it means, but we're going to go with it. I don't need this. I want to know where the server is. Generate a server and client code using Protobuf compiler. So, wait a second. So that means, wow, if this is true, that means that the established best practice is to generate your own server, which is so dangerous. Oh my God, please make that not be the industry standard. I'm getting a little bit of butterflies right now. If the industry best practice right now to deploy gRPC is to write a protocol up in Protobuf and then to generate a server and a client and to just stick that server like any other single page server kind of thing, any other service, you know, through a reverse proxy like Nginx or Envoy, then that could mean, and I'm praying to God right now that this is not true, that reading the content length in advance is up to the people generating the servers automatically. And do you see all the places where that can go wrong? Because, I mean, the potential for denial of service, at least in that event, is so strong. I mean, that means that Nginx or protocol or proxy or Envoy would have to be configured properly to say nothing that's bigger than this size can go through here. But that seems like a really heavy-handed approach to gatekeep the whole thing. There may be some gRPC server, and that would argue to put that kind of constraint within the individual gRPC server that's generated, and you'd have to add that yourself. And then the next follow-up question is, if that code is auto-generated, does it auto-generate anything related to maximum file sizes? I'm going to bet no, which means that the average new person coming to gRPC is going to be like, oh, cool, I can write this protobuf file, and maybe they're even going to be misled by all that validator plugin that I found and say, oh, this is going to limit the size of my incoming data. going to protect me from denial of service attacks, et cetera, overflows. And it's not, because it comes after it's all read into memory. And so I have a hard time getting behind gRPC and what is used on the web. gRPC is used for, and I can't use it for the web. It's designed for, first of all, it hasn't entered the web space really. It's more of a communications protocol between microservices, and it's faster than HTTP, which has been the go-to for years. And so they're tired of it being so slow, and now they want a faster way to communicate, so they're using this. And that's what they've been using at Google forever. That's what gRPC is. The G stands for Google. And so it's both sending messages and sending remote procedures, which are, procedures with algorithms, calls, and then they get called on the remote system and they get brought back. And the application for that is like edge technologies, like, a toaster or refrigerator that doesn't have computing power enough to do whatever it needs to do. And so it can, remotely call a procedure, phone home, basically call it and then return. And that would be an internet application of gRPC. And there's JSON RPC as well, which does something similar. RPC has been around since the 90s, and it was really abused back then. So I'm kind of, got PTSD with it. So back to this issue. So it appears that according to this tutorial, that the standard way, according to these steps right here, that the standard way to use gRPC is to create a proto file, which we've been doing, generate server and client code automatically, and then fire up the server. Use the Go gRPC API to write a simple client and server for your service. So you write a simple client and server, and if you want to put that on the internet, you have to put it behind Envoy proxy or Nginx reverse proxy. But the question I really have here that's driving me down this rabbit hole is, at what point in the process is limiting the incoming memory constraints, the memory consumption, put into place? There's no way to add it to the proto file itself, which is the whole point that got me down this rabbit hole, because I realized that validate is an after the memory it's been read thing, which is irrelevant if you're trying to block large amounts of memory consumption. So there's no way in the language. So step 1 is not where you're going to do that. Step 2 may or may not generate server and client code that limits the total size of a thing. But if that's true, that would require some additional input to the code generation process besides the proto file, because the proto file does not include that constraint. And then you get and then you go down to go gRPC API, write your own client server. Now this is the place we now need to focus. Because let's be real, if this step is not the place where you can specialize, specify very specifically what the maximum file size is for your service, then the only other possibility is to put some like blanket, block on packets or site, file requests above a certain size in your overall gateway, which would be your reverse proxy, and that would be very heavy-handed because it wouldn't be specific to your particular service. So that would definitely not be a best practice. So we've been able to isolate this down to one spot. In the use of the Go gRPC API to write a simple client server for your service. During this step, if specifying the size of the incoming message and being able to restrict that and deny a request after it exceeds a certain amount of size, if that's not supported out of the box and has to be added by the person writing the code, that is a big deal to me. That is a big deal to me, because that means most people deploying gRPC services are not going to do that. They're just not. They're not going to do it. And so what they'll do is they'll throw their service out there and they won't have any idea. And 9 times out of 10, it'll be fine because they'll be using it on an internal infrastructure, like, within a corporate, behind the wall garden or something like that. Just like Google said, that's why they don't talk about it. We just read the words. Google said, we don't worry about these things. The reason they're on the protocols is because we've been using it at Google. We don't need it. They just said the very thing. They said it straight up. And so if they're running under that assumption that, oh, you'll be fine, and all of their systems for generating gRPC server and client code assume the same thing, we are in big trouble, because when this stuff starts growing and starts getting out, into the pseudo internet space, and we're starting to see that now, then I mean, there's nothing to prevent you from having a bad actor come in within your corporation and take out your gRPC services because they don't have any memory constraints on them at all. It just said so right there. They said that they had certain ways to get around it, but I bet you anything within Google, there are services in there that have no constraints whatsoever on total memory size. I'll bet you $500 that there is at least one service within Google that doesn't give a crap about checking file lengths, about checking incoming memory usage at all. And it just lets it come in straight and trusts the environment to be safe. I'll bet you anything. In fact, I would go so far as to say that that's probably the way all of their services are employed, based on their little disclaimer that says, in Google, we don't worry about these things. That's why it's not in the protocol. So if you guys, anybody who works in Google who can find a gRPC service that does not check incoming memory size of the messages, that would be probably a violation of your terms of your employment terms. So don't do that. I don't want you to get fired. But I will bet you, I wish I could bet you money that exists. And we're now chugging along down this we're now chugging along down this gRPC insane, obsession without even checking these things. And I guarantee you, if this keeps going this way, this is going to end up propagating into other enterprises and eventually into the public internet, and it's going to be exploited like crazy. I hope Google has a lot of money for bug bounties because I'm going to cash in. The first time Google puts some of these services up online publicly, now we know how to attack them, guys. Yep. So I'm just reading comments here. You have to be all in, pay up. I will eventually. Cargo Cult. It's probably like how Google has their own enhanced gRPC, like they have their own enhanced Go, and they have their own Borg, right? So Borg is their, better than Kubernetes, even though they say there's no connection whatsoever between the two. Once again, I'm just not impressed with Google's internal engineering. They do set a lot of high bars, and there are a lot of really intense successes at the small level. But they have no right to go around telling everybody else that they are the authority and naming things like site reliability engineering and all this other shit as if they're like the unicorn that everyone should chase. It's a bunch of bullshit. Google has shitty engineering inside of it. It has some of the world's best engineering, but it also has some of the shittiest engineering. Oh, I don't know. Fuchsia comes to mind. And and yet everybody bows down to them like they are the source of all things. Amazon has way better internal engineering than Google. Way better. And, it bothers me because this is a perfect example of that. And I'm about to blow the lid off this because when I go find this right here, and I find that when you write a simple client server, I've never done gRPC. I might be full of crap. There might be something in here that really protects you from this, and I hope I'm wrong. Because if I find out that there is nothing in a standard pattern that they recommend in their tutorial to follow that indicates any way to limit the amount of incoming memory from an incoming service, I don't want that to be right. The Go gRPC API to write a simple client server. So we have to look up the Go gRPC API, which I don't know what that is. I imagine it's covered in this tutorial. And we'll go look for that. With gRPC, we can define our service once it's in a proto file and generate clients and servers with gRPC supported languages, which I've been doing. I didn't see the server part of the generation, so that's something in ProTalk I've got to probably eventually do. I did see the client, however, which in turn can be run in environments ranging from servers inside a large data center to your own tablet. All the complexity of the communication between different languages and environments is handled by gRPC, except for limited incoming message sizes and memory overflows. Apparently. Please be wrong. I want to be wrong. I really want to be wrong on this. Tell me I'm wrong. Somebody out there who knows, tell me I'm wrong on this. Mr. Rob, you're wrong. Max got a macro for that. We also get all the advantages of working with protocol buffers, including efficient serialization, albeit unlimited, a simple IDL and easy interface updating. And I love all that parts about, this is why I'm really scared, because I love Protobuf. I want Protobuf to be successful. I really do. But if you should already have installed the tools needed to generate client and server interface code. If you haven't seen the prerequisites, we have that. Get the example. We did all these things. The example code is part of the gRPC Go repo. I probably need to go grab that right now. Which shell script is running? Can you use Protobuf without gRPC still? Yes, you absolutely can. And I plan on doing that, actually. Yeah, I see it. Thank you. I'm going to go grab that right now, actually, so we can go dig through the code. So let me go there and send GitHub, right? GitHub.com. Clone git at, whoops, github.com, gRPC/gRPC-go. I think it's probably in the wrong place. gRPC-go. gRPC. I like to keep my repos organized so that they match, so that my paths match. Otherwise, it's just way too confusing. I have a little tool for doing that. It's just broken right now. I always break my tools. I like try to improve them, saying I'll get back to it later, and I never do. For my stuff, I don't do them for production stuff. Lest you think that I act that way professionally. No. 33 or 66. I have no idea. Jajorob. This is the add-ons that shows you're typing. What is the add-on? That's called screen key. Yeah, screen key. It's just in Python. I'm actually going to rewrite it in Go because I want to write it as a library so I can and make it into my. This is one of my projects I'm going to do soon, but I want to build screen key into my term trainer, and so that down here is got screen key integrated, and screen key is all Python right now. So I'm going to write a library. I'm just going to port the Python library over to Go so that I can build screen key into any app. All right, so what do we got? Oh, wait. You found a link. Who found that link? I got to look at that link. Stack Overflow, Google Maps. Oh, there it is. Links last. All right, here we go. Thank you for finding that link. We should have a hackathon. We should. If you want to help me with that, we should do it. I don't know when. Thank you for finding this link. This is awesome. I'm going to have to make sure to put this in something else. You should get points. See, I have to build the point system, people. I'm like, ask some repeating elements in my Protobuf. At runtime, the length of the message could be anything. Who is this wonderful human being who asked this question? I see some questions already asked like this, or those people. It seems like it's not just me thinking this. Maximum serialized protocol message. Yes, I have a slightly different question here. If my JMS Java message service provider, in this case WebLogic, blah, 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 doesn't have any size limit on the max message, will Protobuf compiler complain at all about the max message size? Yes. Does the performance of encoding decoding suffer horribly at large sizes? Yes. It's more about just decoding it. It's about, attacking you. 10 megabytes is pushing it, but you'll be okay. That means nothing to me. Once again, the first answer is bullshit. I mean, how many? It's like they almost need to make a meme about this on XKCD and Stack Overflow. It's like the first answer, the most upvoted answer is absolute crap, and the best answer, if you're lucky, is like the sixth one down. It's really, I don't know how many times that's been true. Protobuf has a send more than 10 megabytes seems so. No, you can definitely send more than that. I know you can. Yeah. Protobuf has a hard limit of 2. No, it doesn't. That's bullshit. We just read it in the other thing. We just read that they're sending 1 gigabytes. So, maybe it's 2 gigabytes. That other thread that we read, you remember the other thread we just read? It had somebody who said up to 1 gigabyte. So, and it was somebody from Google, inside of Google, who said that they regularly send messages for TensorFlow that are a gigabyte or more. But it didn't say over 2 gigabytes, so it's still possible that a 2 gigabyte limit is a real thing. So that is, we need to validate that. That's a really important constraint that might be built into the protocol by itself. The fact that TensorFlow uses it, I believe, would mean that they would the amount of data that TensorFlow is pushing. I imagine 2 gigabytes is a pretty substantial limitation for TensorFlow. And since TensorFlow is built on Protobuf, which I just learned tonight, TIL. Today I learned that Protobuf is a big part of the TensorFlow implementation. Because many implementations use 32-bit signed arithmetic for security reasons, many implementations, especially the Google provided ones, impose a size limit. Well, good for them. 32-bit signed arithmetic. Good. For security reasons, impose a size limit of 64 megabytes by default on all messages. Although you can increase the limit manually if needed. Where? Where do you increase that limit? The implementation will not slow down with large messages per se, but the problem is that you must always parse an entire message at once. Yes, because you can't just parse like flatbuff. You can proceed one at a time. You have to parse the whole thing like JSON. In fact, that is one thing I'm finding that Protobuf has in common with JSON. You have to parse the whole thing. You have to load the whole thing into memory and then parse it, which is really unfortunate. And that's probably why flatbuff is getting recommended to me, because it doesn't require that. It can individually parse all the fields as it's going through a single flatbuff message. And it's been designed for gaming and stuff for that reason. So it can go straight into memory as a type without a buffer that then has to be parsed to be turned into the types. So flatbuff allows you to not have these big massive buffers that have to be loaded and then allow, sliced into other bits of memory. It actually can load it straight into the memory where it's going to be used, which makes it way, way faster, which is why flatbuff is apparently used for gaming versus Protobuf. Does a message pack compare favorably with Flatpak Protobuf? I don't know. I haven't looked at that one yet. But apparently the person who made Protobuf also made something called Commander Proto, something like that, Captain Proto, which is kind of a next-gen Protobuf, but it's not popular. It doesn't have mainstream adoption or anything like that. But we're still kind of at a transitionary, I feel, place with this whole how do we get messages around really fast. We have a problem here. All of our microservice architectures are too slow, and so everybody's talking about speeding them up. And gRPC happened to just win the conversation initially, but I think we're going to start seeing. I mean, given the pace of evolution in the cloud native space, I just feel like that gRPC is not going to be the end all of everything. That there's going to be more, but I don't know. I mean, Kubernetes pretty much destroyed Docker Swarm, and Docker Swarm is a simpler architecture. So maybe the momentum behind gRPC and Protobuf is just going to obliterate better solutions like VHS destroyed Betamax. You don't know what I'm talking about. It's fine. Don't worry. So the implementation will not slow down with large messages per se, but the I don't know, high level broadly compression on JSON is smaller than binary formats generally. Ooh. Yeah. Is that a part of the JSON RPC stuff? Daniel, do they have that? Is that included? Huh. I don't know. It's yeah. The problem is that the HTTP itself is too slow. Yeah, HTTP itself is too slow for what they're doing with microservices. Not just the JSON format, right? So anyway, the implementation will not slow down, but the problem is that you must always parse the entire message at once before you can start using any of the content. This means the entire message must fit into RAM, and there's no limit, keeping in mind that after parsing the in-memory message, objects must be larger than the original serial limit. This is bad. This is bad. And even if you only care about one field, you have to wait for the whole thing to parse. The reason that's bad is not just because you can't get to the one thing you have to parse, it's because you have memory-constrained servers, some of which have like 1 gigabyte of memory. How many? Raise your hand if you're running a server in the cloud that has 1 gigabyte of RAM. Right now. I am. Right? It costs me like $5 or $10 a month, and 2 gigabytes of RAM are expensive. There you go. Right? So if you're running a server that is going to crash on one Protobuf message because there's no limit as to the amount that it can load into buffer in order to get to the data, I'm not going to look at Protobuf. I'm either going to want to put a hard constraint on the implementation of any server that's running on there. So if you take nothing away from this, if you're an SRE or a sysadmin or a network administrator, you need to know before you greenlight somebody's container on your system that there is a potential. You have to look at that you have to study their Protobuf ML. This is why SREs have to know how to code now. Okay, SREs these days have to know how to code, because if you didn't know how to code, and frankly, if you didn't know how to read Protobuf, there's a lot of implications here for you as a technologist. So if gRPC is going to take off and Protobuf is going to take off, and you're either in charge of writing code that's going to generate messages like this, or you're going to be responsible for deploying applications that do this and do it safely, then you're going to have to make sure that your containers and everything properly allocated amount of memory, and that those things are, that kind of thing is communicated to. Now, imagine that would indirectly be communicated if you did your Docker container right that has your Protobuf stuff in it. I assume that that's the model. I assume the model is that you put it, I mean, that's the whole point, right? Microservices. So you put your little server, you generate your code, you put it in a Docker container and or a pod, and you say, this is how much RAM I need, right? I need this much RAM. And then hopefully the whole DevOps architecture and framework, protects you from deploying that on something that doesn't have that much RAM. And thank God that, limitations in RAM utilization apply for the containers. And I'm really glad I allowed myself to go down that little rabbit hole of thought, because that actually makes me feel better. Because if I know that okay, let's say it's all the system administrator in me. Okay, so if I knew that developers were writing without containers and that they were deploying gRPC things where they could decide to set hard limits or not, and they could use any random amount of memory, even the first thing I would have to do is learn how to read ML, because I'd have to go, say, well, where's the size constraint on this? And they'll say, well, there isn't one. I say, well, you're going to need to put one, right? And they're like, well, we'd have to code that into the application. I'm like, well, you better get on it, right? And that would be a very proactive approach as a sysadmin, and that's where SRE comes in, by the way. So SREs are people who can read code enough to know that they can either generate automation, or they can also actually do a little bit of vetting of the code. I used to have to do database vetting because people would write queries that were going to destroy the database, and I wasn't a DBA, but there wasn't a DBA, so I had to do that. In this particular case, if there weren't containers there, I'd be fucking terrified to deploy a gRPC app, because I'd have to trust the application developers to do their own limitations. And the entire reason for Rust's meteoric rise in the last year or so has been because it's selling you on the idea that you're not going to need to deal with memory constraints and stuff because you're going to be safe. It's a bunch of bullshit. But the point being is that that emotion has arisen because nobody manages memory properly in an application space. No one. Application developers are notoriously bad at writing runaway applications. Sometimes it's no fault of theirs. Sometimes it's a package they use. Sometimes it's, failing to release a lock. Sometimes it's the language itself. Go routines that leak really bad, even though it's a tiny bit of memory for each one, but nobody knows that. That's why you're supposed to use context now. All these little complications end up causing you to write code that chews up memory, and if it's not contained, would be a real disaster as a system administrator. This is where bastard operator from hell term came from, because you just pray V8 does it for you. And, this is where this came from, is because, it's really comically portrayed in Silicon Valley between Ganesh and Guilfoyle, right? So Dinesh is, a really great, Java programmer, and Guilfoyle is, a full stack engineer. He does it all, hacks and everything. And they're always, it's because your, bad code is making my server blow up. And then he's saying, no, your server's not running efficiently enough to run my code. And this age old fight that, goes on between those two system architecture. Yeah. What do I do? You guys gotta go see that. What do I do? All those, those cute little ones and zeros that travel from your, like, it's funny. That whole Guilfoyle rant is one of my favorite of all times. It's like, it's the best. I can't play it. I'll get copyright strike or something. Not a strike, whatever. So I feel better because I know that if my application developers screw up, the only thing I have to look for, assuming I'm in that particular role, would be, I want to make sure that the pod you're sending me, or if you're using Helm or whatever it is, I don't know these things very well. I'm just learning them. But whatever way you send me your container, the first thing I'm going to look for is how much RAM are you using? What's your RAM constraint? And then when their app doesn't work, then it gets thrown up in the, in the cloud with all the rest of them. It gets allocated properly. I don't have to worry about under allocating RAM for the thing because it's been pre-declared as to why, how much RAM it's going to use, which is, by the way, why containers are a thing right now. I mean, even in the simplest of architectures, this level of protection against this is a really good use case, or use it, whatever, like what's a better word for that? Case study, sort of what if case study where it demonstrates why the cloud native is going to become the standard even for localized development. And they even refer to that sort of in here because it puts these constraints around your application without having to do that other ways. And that includes writing in a language that claims to be safe, which is a really bad idea to tell a bunch of developers that you can't make mistakes in our language. The language will protect you from flaws and mistakes. It's such a bad idea. Area container freak. Yeah. And look, I am not personally attacking that language, but any language that says our language is the safest, therefore you can feel at ease, is making a mistake at the base level. You should terrify people. You should say, you know what? Our language does a good job of protecting you, but you make damn sure you test everything and watch what it does on memory. You know what I mean? That's the proper way to approach addressing programmers, particularly new programmers. Don't go to a beginning programmer and tell them, you know what? I've had people literally on that particular site, they'll cite things like, I never dared to do system architecture or to attempt writing it until Rust. And now I just feel so much safer. I'm like, are you kidding me? If you think that just changing one language is going to make you able to be safe from all the errors you might have, don't put junior programmers' minds at ease so that they can write kernel level software. This is a bad idea. This is a really bad idea. We should all learn the language because it will help us to be better programmers. I totally agree with that. And I agree that it's going to, it's a fantastic language for certain niche applications. But the very premise, and I did not want to, this was not a Rust rant when I started. This is more of a rant against the idea that, that application programmers can be trusted if they're given the right language and the right tools. They can't. You never, ever, ever, ever trust an application developer. Zero trust, people. Zero trust. You can have the best application programmer in the world, and you never deploy their application in a trusted environment without putting it through the rigors. And that's why SRE is a thing. That's why DevOps is a thing. That's why containers are good, in my mind, even in the smallest of deployments, is because, if you... Even in the smallest of deployments, in your own little application, even if it only runs on the same system, it does add complexity, and that's kind of the trade-off, right? But that complexity is what's going to truly save you. Putting something in a container, we used to use fruited environments, which is a totally different thing from containers, but they're kind of akin to it. And the idea of no, okay, here's your playground. So containers at the end of the day are kind of like playgrounds. I mean, they really are, right? You can't violate the constraints of that playground. There's ways to get around that. And that's the thing about disk allocation. I always worry about that because you point at a disk resource and there's no limits on the amount of disk you're using there. Whereas in a VM, you can say, hey, this disk can never be more than 20 megabytes. So you can actually limit that more with a VM, but you can't do that with a container. Container can be pointed to block device and it can use as much data as it wants there, which is another thing that still concerns me because it's not true protection, but it does, as far as I understand it, and I could be totally wrong. It does allow you to have RAM, protected RAM usage, if nothing more, and CPU utilization. I think those things is pretty safe to say. Those are pretty locked down within a container. And again, I'm still relatively new to containers in the enterprise. I did a lot of enterprise computing and enterprise system administration and applications development for things that ran on 52,000 machines. And I never got to use Kubernetes in those environments. But as I'm going forward and learning about these things, I'm seeing some of the problems that they're addressing and application problems that might be sneaking in, and that's where it led us down this rabbit hole with gRPC. So the long and short of everything I just said is containers are going to save us from the limitations of Protobuf and gRPC that snuck in their own words because it's just used internally at Google and could be trusted. So Protobuf was designed, and you could make the case that gRPC was designed with a different level of scrutiny and trust because it was planning to be used in a trusted internal Google environment. And now this technology is breaking out of Google and being used all over the place and places that may have different ideas about what it means to be safe within the enterprise. And that concerned me. And the thing that saves us from that, I think, a little bit of a flaw. They could have easily put that in the language and they didn't. The thing that I think saves you from that flaw is that now you have a container, right? And it actually, containers are not Google tech. Docker wasn't Google tech. No siree. And Kubernetes is Google's overly complex, version of Docker Swarm. But yeah, I mean, that's not Google tech. That's been around for a while. So anyway, I feel better now because the reason I went down this entire rabbit hole is because I was doing my Overengineering resume. And I was trying to decide to put validation on fields and stuff, max length and everything. And then as I was going on my walk today, I realized, can still be escaped, can they? God damn you. Why would you say that to me? So, I mean, the disk, I know, the disk space and block devices and resources that you allocate to the container or thing, right? And I'm playing, but I realized on my walk today, as I was thinking about validation, I was like, I don't really need that because the only reason I wanted validation in the first place was to prevent, like a string n copy, right? I can see I wanted to prevent overrunning the particular size before it all got parsed. And in truth, when you add the validator plugin, all it does is validate stuff that's already been input and parsed. And the only protection against this is what we're reading right now is some arbitrary limit imposed of 64 megabytes by default in the Google provided implementations of Protobuf, whatever that means. Patching exploits and then finding new ones. Yes. Yes. Be escaped. There's exploits like any system. Right. But I mean, at least it at least is something of a safety about memory constraints. And right. I mean, is it true or false? Is it, if you deploy a Docker container or any container that has a gRPC server running in it, that I can limit that server to only taking 1 gigabyte of RAM or less. True or false? You can't even escape full-on virtual machines in the same cases. Yeah. Yes, it's better than nothing. Absolutely. Much better than nothing. Yeah. I mean, VMs, there were people breaking out of VMs because of the hardware too, right? That was amazing stuff. Those hacks. That was pretty cool stuff. All right, so I'm gonna wrap up here. I think I've gone down this. I'm not wrapping up the stream, but I'm wrapping up this rabbit hole because I feel like I've been instructed enough on it. I will probably be putting together a note in my notes on robs.io about this rabbit hole. I like that. I do. That's very creative, Mouse. A rabbit hole. So what happened? Damn USB firmware. Yeah, I would let the reverse proxy handle the limit. Trafic is very great at. Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I don't know which reverse proxy we're going to pick for this, right? Trafic I've heard great things about. Haven't used it yet, but I've heard in fact, one of my engineers used Trafic in front of a Docker Swarm. He loved it. He also was running my cloud, or what is it, Nextcloud. Yeah, he really loved it, even though it's all PHP. There was an exploit I remember where you could break out of a VM and deliver mechanism. Was visiting his site in IE. Oh, wow. Yeah, people love the Trafic. True or false, you can use Trafic to is it Go? I didn't know. No, I know. Nextcloud is PHP. Sorry, I mixed the two up a little bit. Talked fast there. So, the person I was mentoring was completely convinced that I could SSH into a given server, and with Trafic, I could reroute to a specific internal server. And I was like, you can't do that. You can't do that. The only way to do that would be you'd have to have a different port for each server, for each SSH server. You could do that for an HTTP connection because it has a server to inspect, but you can't do it. He kept telling me that Trafic, and I might be wrong, but he kept telling me that Trafic could send, if I wanted to SSH into an internal server, I was like, how are you even going to identify the server to the SSH connection? Web shell, that's a totally different thing. I thought about, we thought, well, I'll probably end up deploying one of those at some point for some of the stuff I'm doing with my data trainer. Y'all are too smart for me. I'm out of this rabbit hole. Take care of data. I mean, we're just having fun here. We're going to do web, we're going to do more web stuff at midnight, by the way. Stuff you probably already know, though. I would only SSH into EC2 instance itself. Yeah. Right. How is it possible, Killtop? There's nothing to route the traffic to. No, there's some funky thing people do with Trafic and SSH. I briefly looked into it, but it was more trouble than it was worth. That's all I remember. We are all learning here. That's why we're here. Did you see? Did you see the startup that released a brand new thing, and they actually on their Twitter feed put a 127 address and said that's where everybody should go, and they didn't know it was a local? I kid you not, that actually happened. It might be folklore, but I was wondering if you have any resources regarding learning how to learn. Did you watch any of those autodidactic things? Talked about how Finland was a very different direction regarding to learning. Bastion knows, boy, I may not have covered that as much as I should have in the autodidactic segment. I did about 8 hours of video on autodidactic stuff. Yeah. Okay. So, and the second one doesn't talk. It talks a little bit more about the technique of learning in the second one as well. I know that they're long-winded and stuff, but we go through the specific the learning part in the second of that series. So we talk about how to create, where to go, what the methods are, what to do day to day, how to create a social, personal, learning network, PLN they call it. So yeah, if there's something in there that's still missing and you're looking for a specific technique, let me know, because I'm always there to try to help add some more on that. But we talk more about that in that one. There's a good MOOC on learning to learn by. Oh yes, there is. I'm glad you mentioned that, Daniel. I actually I'm supposed to link to that. I forgot to link to that. That is really good. That MOOC, yeah. That's a good one. I've only done the first part of it. I haven't done the whole thing. If you have that URL, is it Barbara Oakley? I need to put that in my thing here. I gotta do that. Give me a second here. README, Boost, Autodidact. I need to gather all my resources together. This is why it's so important to have a living resource, because you're going to be changing, adding stuff all the time. Preparing a plan. So here you go. This is the content we had, by the way, on the last one. Say what? Just-in-time learning, method, the RWX method of learning. This is where we talk about it as well. 7 habits. I could say, I guess, other methods of learning to learn. And I want to put that link. So make it stick. Haven't read that one too. I'm going to put these all in here. Thank you guys. Make it stick from Henry L. Rodiger. I believe that probably is going to validate a lot of stuff I was writing about the Head First series, why I like it so much. All right, and then from Barbara Oakley, to learn about Oakley. And the art of not giving. I've heard about that one too. Yeah. Who wrote that? These are all books I need to read. I'm gonna put see also. I always put a see also section in all my pages because there's usually so much extra stuff. So, learning to learn. You know what I can do here? This is fun. So I can make this, if I put this in a link like this, it will automatically make it into a link. I don't have to do anything else. I'm super proud of that. That's a one-liner for Perl in my VMRC. Oh gosh, another one. And love the bomb. Is this a thing, really? Really? How I learned stop worrying and love the bomb. Is that really a thing? Or are you just trolling me? What's another one? What do you guys got? Give me more. Hi, Tanya, I got tons of questions for you. Thanks for joining. I'm still going to do the other thing, but I'm just doing other stuff. You got me. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I don't know. I'm not putting that stuff in there unless you're serious. I've heard of Art of Not Giving a Fuck, though. Yeah, Franklin. So there you go. This is it, right? I have to buy this today. I've heard of it. I haven't read it. I just have to read it immediately. Yeah, this is good stuff. Thank you for bringing this stuff up, guys. Hopefully that will benefit everyone. But then months later, I'm like, it was okay. Deep Work is the one you have to read. That's like mandatory. Deep Work is like mandatory reading as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it's funny because I've written all this stuff in here before and I just forgotten. All right, so what do I got here? 7 habits. I'm just gonna put that down here because that makes sense. There's so many on this topic. Compass and let's see. Compass and what's it called? I forgot the name. It's like I'm blanking on it. It's not the clock. A compass and the something. I'll remember later. Hey Rob. Hi Rob. Rob, where are the notes? I'll show you. I'll send them to you right now. They're not directly linked. They're rwx.gg/boost/wardrobe. Uh-oh. Am I having a malfunction? Wardrobe malfunction. I'm level 1 programmer. We're talking about 99 stuff. Well, we are now. Stay with us on at midnight. We're covering all the beginning stuff, people. Oh, I was going to say. You can see my man nipples or something. I don't know. I'm not affiliate yet. Oh, I've been affiliate. I gave up my affiliate. I had subs and money coming in and everything. I gave it up. I know it's funny. People look at me and they're like, what? You're not affiliate? I'm like, oh, you must not matter. I guess I don't. Sigh. Actually, I just sent an email to have my affiliate dropped. Yep. You can't just say I don't want affiliate anymore. I dropped affiliate so that I could restream to YouTube and to Periscope and everything else. And it's against Twitch rules to do that. And I feel like the exclusivity of subs and everything from Twitch is not worth it. Don't accept donations anyway. I have been watching you for over a year. Oh wow. I just wanted to use the Prime. Oh man, that would have been really nice. Thank you very much. I'll give you, if you want to do that, we're gonna have subs on Vimeo. We're gonna have merch and stuff like that. If you want to support me, I appreciate it. Best free class on the net. I only found you through YouTube. Thanks, Daniel, for telling me where you came from. Do I post show notes? No, my notes are all on rtbx.gg in general, and there's lots of broken links right now. Okay, and my FAQ is on RTBX Live. Are bigger than the narrow slice of just Twitch. That's true, Mouse, and you remember you've been with me along the whole thing. Word of mouth, really? That is fantastic. I love word of mouth references. That's how I made a business. Actually, I did no marketing at all for SkillStack. It was all so and so, so and so. It's always better. I got to tell you, word of mouth is always better because it's based on trust. The whole economic system of word of mouth is based on trust. I've never seen the person who referred me here in chat. Well, there you go. Maybe he's a lurker. That's nice to know. Some people may have been offended by what I say. During the election, I lost a lot of people. Oh wow, that's nice, 6N. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, I've said before, I've lost a lot of people through getting really political. I'm trying to be less of a political person, but but anyway, let's see here. What do we got? Like me, side out. You lost him for that. I don't know. So let me go ahead and build this again. Can build. This is my little tool that I need to rewrite. If you've been around with me long enough, you know my knowledge of that tool. It's been rewritten like a dozen times. I don't think so. I got too much baggage, man. I would love to, but the amount, you know what though? What Trump has proved, that you can have all kinds of baggage. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. In fact, even the Christians are like, I actually watched the documentary called The Family. I actually fully understand what's going on now. They have a saying where they say, word for crime. Yeah. Russian asset. You can't prove that. But they say that, what is it? Imperfect vessels to do the Lord's perfect work. And that is how come the more imperfect the vessel, the more miraculous, and I don't want to get political. I'm just stating a thing, but I think it's funny because by that logic, yeah, sure, I could maybe do something in politics, maybe, yeah, to keep on being productive. Oh, that's very kind, Mouse. I think it's important that we don't disconnect from politics because we hate it so much. And then crony capitalism runs rampant. It loves when people don't get involved. It really does. So to that end, I think in the proper frame of mind that talking about politics is really important. I just don't think that we have a lot of good dialogue happening in that front. That's productive. But we need more productive political dialogue. Otherwise, it's just going to stay the same. Trump that I can be president. I am Canadian. That was a funny joke. There's no way I could pay points fast enough. You guys I have to make it this way. Our political party website, politics are everything. Like Rob said, political apathy is a weapon of status quo. It is. And I don't. It's one thing to fight about Twitter, to fight on Twitter about politics, and God knows I've been guilty of that. And to troll people and to issue propaganda. And I mean, I've spent inordinate amount of time studying how to control people through propaganda. And then ultimately I decided, if I learn to control somebody with propaganda, what is the outcome? I've created more sheep that can be influenced by anybody's propaganda. What's a more powerful way to fight against this is to enable people through Paulo Freire's kind of idea of dialogical, not diabolical, dialogical things in discourse. And the more you enable critical thinking on the part of all people, Mandela said, education is the answer. The less those people will be controlled. the less fearful they'll be. In fact, the quote right there. Yeah. May your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears. It's another Mandela quote. So I got a poster right there. So my point is this: is if you, there's a lot of ways to manipulate people. You control them and scare them into doing what you want, like sheep, and promote their sheepness to. But there's danger in that because somebody else can come in and control them too. It's actually a much safer thing for everybody to get those sheep to start thinking, to get them to start looking at their environment, to get them to truly, be a participant in their own environment. And that involves looking at them as equals and talking to them. And so I made a conscious decision not to do trolling and propaganda. I can do it, but I chose not to do that and to start spending more time doing this, involving people in dialogue. And that includes political dialogue, respectful political dialogue, which God knows is difficult, right? If somebody believes that you're okay with murder, according to you view murder, it's very hard to have a civil conversation with somebody like that. But whatever. Ever since the election, I just been done with wasting my time and energy in politics. Yeah. Nelson Mandela is awesome. Don't think he was strictly a Marxist, but Mandela was a big fan. Look, Marxism, just saying the word Marx sends people into rage, and they don't even know Marx. Go watch the documentary on it. They don't know the people that they cite all the time. They don't even know the Bible, for God's sake. I mean, let alone, what Thomas Jefferson, whatever. I got to stop. The problem is that we have been so conditioned by those in power. Okay, here's a good example. The goat's head that's like associated with occultist Satanism? Do you know why it's associated with occult Satanism? Anybody want to guess? Where did that come from? Where did this symbol of the goat head, the bloody symbol of the goat head that's become associated with the darkest occult practices? Where did that come from? Why does Satan have a goat head? Because the Catholic Church decided, Baphomet, because the Catholic Church decided that the natural languages, which are now associated with serious pagan, the word pagan has come to mean really horrible things. And the reason all of that was so demonized is the church directly attacked it while at the same time adopting its rituals and practices, such as the Yule log, the Christmas tree. December 25th is the birth of Christ, which is actually a pagan holiday. So it was under direct attack from the power of the people in power, and at that time it was the Catholic Church. I'm not even attacking the Catholic Church here. I'm attacking power, because when somebody's in power, they demonize the thing you're talking about. And the reason I bring that up is because if you even say the word Marx right now, you can't even have a conversation with someone. They will immediately think that you're possessed of demons and you're a pedophile. Hashtag QAnon. Because they've been so manipulated. They're so manipulated by the powers to demonize the beliefs of the enemy, and it's just crazy. I should really be on the lookout for a distilled version of Capital. Yeah. Well, there's actually a number of really great documentaries on Capital right now. So Robert Reich's Saving Capital is really good. It's kind of funny too. He actually meets with people who are not, liberal. He meets with a lot of really conservative people. It's really amazing. And this is in my kingdom is no part of this world. Yeah, right. Western documentary to tell me about Marxism, frankly. This wasn't a Western documentary, actually. Well, if you're talking about more general speaking Marxism, yeah. And no, the woman who does, I forget her name, but the woman who does the Marxist documentary she's very like, this is what it was about his life, and this came up, and this came up, and this came up. And just like anything, you can't just accept it as face value, right? For the reasons that we were just discussing. Right. You need to, look, any source of information needs to be checked, right? Obviously. Every time Jordan Peterson says neo-Marxist. Yeah, right. And a lot of times they're referring to Lenin Marxism. And the thing that makes it complicated is individuals in history like Nietzsche and Marx and even Lenin, and they have good and bad in their ideologies, and people are really quick to characterize everything. It's the same way people, anti-Christian people, will characterize Christians, unfairly. We just have to stop doing that. We have to look for ideas for the sake of ideas and debate the ideas, not the person who shared the idea with us, no matter where it came from. I personally believe that. Anyway, that means if you have an imperfect, let's actually use this mantra of imperfect vessels to do his, that the sentiment that somebody can be an adulterer and still have an idea that's correct is true. You might not want to hear it from that person, but it's just we allow character to influence what's true and what's not too much. And I don't know how I feel about that. And passionate crowds aren't known for appreciation of nuance. God, no. and they get impassioned and they become populist. The best thing about the entire Robert Reich documentary is his conversation about how populism arises right before capitalism fails. Every time capitalism fails, populism rises. And it's like you can trace it in every revolution that's ever happened. There's a rise in populism, but there's two forms of populism that manifest. There is the stronger populism that is usually a response to fear, and they need a strong person, they need a strong armor. And then there's the more egalitarian populism that is somewhat seemed to be, has less teeth, but it seems to be more polite and nice. And it's almost directly Trump and Bernie Sanders, almost directly. And in history, Rob Reich, he draws direct examples from history about every time capitalism is about to fail, like in the 1800s and the French Revolution and other places like that, you see the populism rise because they're done with the established government and they're like trying to attack, the bourgeoisie or whatever, aristocracy. And the populism, rises and puts its own figureheads in front of it. But the stronger, and that's where we got fascism, that's where we got Hitler, the strong man or woman or whatever usually wins. Because along with the populism usually comes this real deep-seated fear, and people naturally lash out at everything except what the problem is, which is actually the 1% aristocracy. In French Revolution, they kind of got that right. But they lash out at whatever else is there because they're still being controlled by the 0.01% that are benefiting from all of the rules of the capitalism in whatever form that they've established. It's just absolutely fascinating stuff. It's just really, really great stuff. I know black, white, shades of gray, right? My fist will be the strongest, Rob. We are very much in the fall of Rome phase in the U.S. right now. Another thing too is the spirit of hope that Robert Reich actually expresses at the end of it, and he cites the revolution of the 1800s when we went into one of the most amazing times of American history. In fact, the most socialist America has ever been was under FDR after the Depression, because it was after the war. So after the war, we all kind of came together. It's really funny because after the Twin Towers situation too, America really came together, and we were doing all kinds of amazing things for a while, and then slowly the capitalists gained control again, and you're in trouble. So, even the word socialist gets people so spun up, But if you look at what FDR did, FDR was straight up socialism. The systems that he put in place and the way the limits on so many of the things, I can't even name them all. So many of the things he did, if the communists had done it, they would have pointed their finger and said, "See, look at those communists." But the Americans did it, and everybody was happy. It was one of our greatest heydays. And eventually it got eroded away because the capitalists started gaining power, and then they started demonizing those practices. And then when things started going bad because the capitalists were in control, guess who they blamed? Guess who they blame every time? Every time that happens, they blame the socialists that came before them. And the people in power, they redirect from looking at them. Oh, it's because we were these pussy-footed, namby-pamby, non-nationalists before. That's what got us into this problem. And they blame the people before them rather than giving them credit for how well it was working under them. Happens every single time. It's crazy. Yeah. Well, yeah, I can say that again. Look at the Windows restaurant. Oh my gosh. Wow, did you really? What time is it? How much time do I got before I got to go on? Anti-neoliberal hell machines really accelerated them. Yeah, well, that's what people love to say. Yeah, it's who knows? I don't want to go there. There's lots of and another thing that I have to watch is I have to make sure that I'm not being I have to check my own desires to behave like somebody suffering from populism, which means to find an excuse. Yeah. One of the stages that Robert Reich talked about is this desire in the entire population to find somebody else to blame. It's like when everything's starting to go bad, the first thing everybody does is try to find somebody to blame, and it ain't them. It's not them. They're like, I'm working my hardest. I'm doing it, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I even wrote, I was like, is all my lashing out against, the system that's like making me have to go to work for insurance? Is that me just lashing out, or am I ultimately responsible? I just need to work harder. It's like an internal conflict of mine because I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be the person who complains that they don't have a job and then refuses every free opportunity to go to community college. That's not the person I want to be. And if I'm doing it in any way in my head by blaming somebody else for my problems that I can take control of, I don't want to be that way because it's the natural tendency when stuff starts to go bad right now. And I just trying to check that idea in my head. Shouldn't die from treatable diseases. Well, I agree with that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's just plain up the factual, objective evidence, right? Sounds like every job I've ever had. There's no reason your health insurance should be tied to your employment. That's horseshit. Completely agree. And I blame the system that set up all the rules in their favor. And that system, we allowed to come into power. We allowed it to happen. Mostly because this all started because everyone's like, I don't want to deal with politics. Oh, that's exactly what they want you to say. Because you can bet they are. Do you know how many billions of dollars they spend on lobbying to control the politics? Meanwhile, we're not doing anything because we're so busy working and we don't care because we don't want to be involved with that dirty, slimy politics. They're literally making all the rules of the game. I know, I didn't say that. Look, I've said as a right. So look, don't take any personal offense. I'm not saying you did that. It's pretty standard that the younger generation is the most pissed off. That's also a regular thing, because you're giving me this world that's going to fall apart, right? And I didn't have anything to do with this, and now you've just destroyed my world. I hate you. That's like every generation ever. It's like, oh look, I just was born into a time of war, and now I have to be drafted at 16. Great, lucky me. All right, you go, humans. Did you see the COVID baby bust? Did you see the numbers on that? I didn't get the actual numbers. I just heard about it on the radio. Apparently there's a huge baby bust because of COVID. Everybody's like, I ain't bringing no kid into this. You kidding me? Right. Yeah, but what's the difference that happened? It's prophecy being fulfilled. Yeah. Democracy and socialism are not mutually exclusive. You know what? That's a good observation. I agree with that. I'm not even promoting one of the socialism in particular. And I'm not even sure I'm promoting raw democracy. Yeah, lack of births. People are choosing to not have kids. Do you want to be anywhere near a hospital and have a child right now? No. There's no place to have kids right now. I mean, so there's like this huge bust in births. There's like going to be this huge dip in population, not just from all the deaths, but from people not having children. So, yeah, it's a dark topic. I should probably take a break and get back on track here. I think I feel enough. I've come to oh, did I build this already? All right, so save. See also on boost autodidact. So that should be up pretty soon. rbx.gg/boost/autodidact. Your friend is having a baby in Belize? Really? Wow. Baby non-boomers. Well, you could go to New Zealand. They've completely eradicated COVID in there. Australia, most of it's gone too. So, I mean, there are places that know what to do here. That's what makes us look so foolish, is because there are countries who have actually beat this and did everything right. And we can't say anything because you can't say, oh, well, but we're not them, and oh, there's nobody to blame. I want to live in New Zealand so bad you have no idea. I would live there tomorrow. There's a lot of things about America I really love. One of them, Robert Reich talked about, is that we tend to survive despite these really horrible things in our history. We survived the Civil War. America survived the Civil War. I mean, we still are dealing with the repercussions of that, but you know, that's a pretty big deal. And I think if you look through history at other countries that didn't survive civil wars, you know, I mean, there's some sort of tenacity, and I don't think it's God-given within America somehow that's unique, and I appreciate that. Does it make me a diehard wave of the flag, wear, you know, red, white, and blue underwear? Probably not, but we definitely have something unique over here. And I'm not saying that it's, you know, better than everybody else. We're like the worst in pretty much everything, but there's still something to be said about America that I don't think is completely worth throwing out, despite how much I hate it right now. So get some savings in your new job when you get it fleeted. I'm seriously thinking of that, but yeah. America help Europe get back on track. Yep. A big economic theory is that countries with the strongest social programs will weather the economy. I agree. I think if we can, if the sort of left-leaning, not liberal, but the sort of left-leaning people get control of our country for a while, that we could actually do better. I know everybody thinks it's Armageddon, but they'd have to have control enough to be able to make changes happen. Like it or hate it, Obamacare stayed. It was never killed. I now have it. I qualify, so I actually have at least that level of insurance. I would have nothing without it. I absolutely hate the mandatory thing. You have to have insurance. That was put in there as a clause to get, I mean, that's the one Trump, you know, touts the most, is that they defeated, right? And I'm glad he defeated that, actually. I really am. I disagree with that ever being in it. There was a clause in Obamacare that said that you had to have insurance or you were going to get penalized. And that was it never had any business being in it. It was horrible. And they got rid of it. And so for that particular thing, I'm glad they did that. But I wouldn't have insurance if it weren't for Obamacare or whatever you want to call it. So the rate of growth of the Progressive Caucus, it's literally no insurance. It only covers me if I have to get my liver replaced or something. After that level of influence, we saw what happens with Bernie when a left-leaning, non-liberal person tries to run. The destruction of Bernie's campaign was entirely through corruption in the Democratic Party. And there is very objective evidence of that. In fact, if the one thing Bernie's defeat did, it put Trump in power immediately, because everybody who followed Bernie stopped voting. And I almost stopped voting. Because what the Democratic Party, and they got caught doing it. Those Democrats are assholes, man. The leaders of the Democratic Party are some of the biggest fucking assholes in the world. And you should see, they caught them on tape trying to get other people that were running that were a different type of Democrat. They tried to threaten them not into running and stuff. They're evil. They're just as evil as some of the GOP people. I'm not trying to pick a side here. The stuff that they did to Bernie was downright evil. And it just makes me so angry. He won the Democratic caucus. He was elected to the Democratic caucus, and they gave it to Hillary anyway. That pisses me off to no end. You have no idea how much that upset me. And it upset a lot of other Bernie supporters too. Because why? Because they didn't believe in the system and they said, fuck that, I'm not going to vote. Boom, Trump's in power. And you know, I'm not saying anything against Hillary right now. She obviously had her flaws. But in 2016 election. The 2016 election, yep. And the Democratic Party also kind of you know pushed Bernie out of this race too, and they said, you know, look, you know, I'm okay with Biden, but he is exactly who the Democrats wanted to put in power, and it pisses me off because Bernie finally said, you know what, I have to put this fight aside despite my heart attack and everything I've had because we're in the middle of a pandemic, and I refuse to campaign during the middle of this, and this asshole won't stop. And I got to tell you, I had no love for Biden at all. And, you know, and he has no problem with it because he was still politicking during the whole thing. Meanwhile, Bernie does the right thing. Bernie steps down gracefully. It says we have more serious issues since the establishment in the Democratic Party is too powerful right now and has decided you are going to be our representative. So be it. And once again, how many times did Bernie ever get covered on the liberal media? Not once. There's not a single... Oh, I have to calm down. I have to calm down. They didn't cover CNN and the gang. They didn't cover any of Bernie's rallies. Not a single one. You know what they did? They put Trump rallies all over. You know why? Because the president of CNN famously said Trump is bad for the country, but he's great for ratings. And so they put Trump rallies everywhere, and they made Trump popular. They made they had people, they propagandized him because it was good for fucking ratings. They put him in power, and then they start attacking him for the next 4 years because it also makes great news. It just the one thing that the GOP is actually right on is the news is totally fucked up on both sides because it's got money behind it. And they didn't cover Bernie at once. Bernie was an entirely populist elected person who raised his own money, didn't take any campaign finances, had some of the biggest crowds ever turn out to a thing, and nobody covered it. Nobody covered it because the power establishment that's running the Democratic Party and the GOP didn't want him to be involved at all. And because he's a good person, even though he's a tough cookie, he steps down and does the right thing. And now Biden's in power, and he's like, we must be gracious and come together. And Bernie's like, yeah, we really do need to do that. Meanwhile, he's sitting there going, they totally fucked me, but you know what? The country matters more. It just angers me. The whole thing just makes me upset. As more Bush regime appears, yeah, it's probably, look, you guys, you got me on politics. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Because I cannot talk about politics rationally. I can't. I just can't. Because yeah, I just can't. I'll read what people have said. When Dems are in power, they bumble around and act like they can't get anything done. And then when they're in the opposition, they act like they have no compromise and everything. Yeah. Look, I'm not attacking Democrats or GOP. I'm saying I kind of am actually. There's what the problem is that it's power, and the power exists everywhere. And if you think it doesn't exist in your party, you're probably going to get burned by it. Buttigieg had more votes and points than Biden. Buttigieg's awesome, by the way. Who the hell drops out and endorses someone they're beating? Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you who. Somebody who the Democratic Party decides doesn't need to run. Because the powers that be within the Democratic Party decided Biden's going to be our candidate. You guys better get in line. And that kind of strong arming is what you get in any two-party system. And that's why please don't put me into one camp or another. I'm super glad Biden won, mostly for the sake of our country, but I don't think for a second that the Democrats are playing fair at all. And there's good evidence of that, actually. So, as pundits and hosts and progressives love such a joke. Yeah. I can see Bernie not wanting to see the Democrats fracture like it happened in 2016. Yeah, absolutely. Bernie stepped down. Bernie, you can make the argument that Bernie lost the election twice. You go back far enough. we're talking politics here. I got to stop. But you go back far enough, and anytime there was a split candidate, the other opposition party won. The problem is two-party politics that the founding fathers never planned on, and we can't fix it because we don't have a working government to fix the fucking thing. So, two-party politics never works. It never has worked, and it's been broken since the inception of America. But how dare you suggest that? Electoral college, broken. I mean, how many things are there broken in our nation that we can't fix because our government doesn't work? So we can't fix it because the government doesn't work in with which we would do the fixing. It's like a huge cycle. It's very frustrating. Makes you want to move to New Zealand. So something seems like basing everything off ROI. Yeah. Did you ever read the Pied Piper leaked emails? According to the leaked emails, blah, 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 use their influence on the media to focus Trump because I don't know. I haven't read that, but there's a bunch of stuff on both sides on that. RGR, I'll stop contributing to politics. Let's talk tech. Okay. I am attacking both Democrats and GOP. I'm just power structures, power structures. I think we should let everybody change and yeah. It's just a continuous circle. How much time do I only have an hour left before I have to do the web stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and just really take a break for a good half an hour. And when I come back at midnight, I'll be doing the web development stuff, and we'll be starting out by installing an editor. We'll be doing VS Codium and code. And then we'll go ahead and, am I standing at all time? No, I sit most of the time. There's no way I could stand for the whole thing. Did I say that? Hence the appetite for populist politics. Yes. Yeah. It just works for the wrong people. Agreed. It totally does. The explicit purpose of the electorate was to prevent candidate selection from getting elected. Yeah, it was. Are you standing? No. This is from a chair. Yeah, you want to see? It's like my crappy IKEA chair. There we go. I do have legs. I just have shorts on right now, so I can't show you my legs. You just have to see my bare kneecaps. I know I've got this fancy shirt on, and then I have my nice comfy cotton shorts on. The difference is I don't care if you know. I don't care if you know that I have shorts on. See, it's my knees right here. Here, I'll do a Marichasana for you. All right. Ouch. I got to do my yoga, people. I got to do my yoga. You guys know what Marichasana is? I could almost do a Marichasana on the stream. It's like really good. It's really good for your intestines. I was gonna be wearing shorts. It's freaking like -20. I'm actually hot. My wife has screwed up our heat somehow. She's been playing with the AC, and now it's off, and I'm frying. I need to. I don't know. Yeah, where I'm at, it's just the strangest thing. No, it's her fault. I'm gonna go blame her right now. So, I'm actually gonna drop the stream because I have to change the title and everything. You people are more than welcome to hang out in the chat in the IRC if you know how to do that. And that's really all I have to say. So, yeah, it's going to be, I'll be here pretty soon. I'm just going to change the title. We're going to be doing web development. So that'll be good. I think I found that little resume thing, just to summarize. I think that little resume rabbit hole we went down was really good. That really helped me put some parameters around how I would use gRPC and Protobuf safely. So my takeaway is thou shalt always use Protobuf gRPC code generation within a container. The end. That's the best practice that came out of that from where I'm sitting, because there's no way for you, unless you put it into your server, and we weren't able to determine whether the server this code just generated has a hard limit. We read that there, Taniwa, you're here now. So since Taniwa's here, I might actually burn up another 5-10 minutes asking him questions because he wasn't here before, and I was mentioning you a lot. So I was getting into the validation thing, and I realized I don't want to use the validator plugin because it comes after the fact, after the entire message has been read. And I was concerned because the amount of memory that's being consumed for any given message, there's no limitations, there's no specification of the size limits of any field in Protobuf, which means that servers being written to accept Protobuf could be manipulated to accept, multiple gigabytes of RAM and potentially blow the memory, or, a denial of service attack against any gRPC service. And so I went down the rabbit hole looking for any type of memory constraint that is in that blocks how much data is coming in, like you would get with like an HTTP server. And the writing is, no, it's not there. And that Google saying officially says the reason these things aren't there is because it was all internal to Google. They rely on the transporter to deal with that. Well, who's writing the transport, right? The server is the transport. I just want to rabbit hole. Proto doesn't deal with it, but maybe gRPC does. Well, it doesn't. We just went down that rabbit hole and it didn't have anything. In fact, I have a couple things that we found related to that. So yeah, it has to be. In fact, one of the best practices to get around this is on Google's site that we found, says that you should send the total message size early in whatever API you come up with, so that you can tell how much to read. So that means it's not the thing that we have yet to determine is whether the automatically generated server from that you can do apparently from running it through Protalk, whether the server that results from that has a limitation that you can customize based on message size and say, okay, no message is greater than this size or this size. And apparently the built-in maximum, according to that document, was 2 gigabytes total. And there was a bunch of there was a bunch of very long rabbit hole tools. There was a bunch of related conversation and a little back and forth even on Stack Exchange about what the best practice is for doing that kind of thing. They did it in a way to make it more performant, and I completely agree that that's probably why they did it. I mean, and that's where they fit kind of nicely, flat buff, right? And that's fine. Now that I know that the preferred way, obviously, to do this is to deploy your gRPC service, which is the whole point, right? It's the communication protocol for microservice within a container that has limited RAM. And therefore, if your microservice goes crazy, if it goes berserk, or if it gets attacked by somebody who breaks in behind your walled garden, you're safe because the constraints of that container will never be overwhelmed, and that would be reported through Kubernetes. So Kubernetes or something like that would see that you got a Docker container going nuts, and you would say, oh, wow, somebody's attacking this Docker container, and you could alter your defense against it. But if you don't have a container, you have a different situation. So the moral of the story is, don't use gRPC without a container. That's what I'm taking away from that. Yeah. And make sure you contain your container. If you do not limit the RAM on your container, which I don't even know if that's a thing, I'm pretty sure it is, but put your server in some Tupperware. Yeah, because you can kill the container with large messages. You absolutely can kill the container with large messages, but at least that doesn't take down your entire microservices architecture, and it's kind of a safety net if you do the server wrong. So obviously the best practice would be make sure your containers have a limitation, and then also, write a proper server that checks message length, right? So I think we should make sure those two security checkpoints are in place. Your server itself, whether it's generated or not, you have to make sure that it has some sense of maximum message size, period. And if it doesn't have that, if you're deploying in a container and some application developer forgets to add whatever that is, then at least you have the safety net of the container to save you. But obviously it's better to do it up front, right? And it's not the big thing that I was really surprised that it is not a part of the Protobuf specification at all. So there's no way you can indicate the limit of a size on a Protobuf at all. Yeah, that's the one we actually pulled up. We read all about that. So yeah, do the server libraries have it? Is that part of it? Nice. I'm glad you found that. That's what we were looking for, actually. So this is part of the API, I think, right? Max message size returns a server op set to the maximum message size of server. If not set, gRPC uses the default limit. Use max receive message size instead. Will be supported throughout 1.x. Returns a server option in which the max message size in bytes the server can receive. It is not set. It uses a default of 4 megabytes. Holy cow. That's way different than what we read. But it's an implementation. Well, that was what concerned me. In fact, the Google product write-up said that if you use Google's gRPC implementation, it comes with the limits built in. But it says if you're doing gRPC, you have to make sure to have these limits there, and it's not a part of Protobuf. So it's a part of the transport and the application and the server architecture. So this is really good to know. The thing that makes me the happiest so far is the 4 megabyte limit. And actually, that's really important because there were a bunch of Stack Exchange threads from people that did not know what the limit was. And some suggested the limit was 1 gigabyte. Some suggested the other was another limit. So, but the default limit is 4 meg. That means that if you're not explicitly setting the message, the question is this stuff generated? I imagine so, right? So I haven't got to the part where we're generating the server code from our protobuf. And let's see. In fact, I think HTTP put posts like that. Right. HTTP for sure. HTTP put and post have content type, and you indicate the length of, content length. That's definitely a part of it, right? It's in the implement. Yeah. There's also the same thing on the client side too. Client side can set the max send and receive. Nice. I didn't see it in, it's not in ProTalk though. Taniwa. Is it? What I want to know is how was it set? That was the real important part. Because I'm afraid that somebody's going to forget to set it. I'm afraid like a junior, like me even, going into this is going to forget to set the maximum because it makes me feel good to know that the default is 4 megabytes. And I'm more likely to hit a memory limitation and go, crap, why is this thing not setting the whole thing? Go, oh, there's a 4 megabyte limit. Awesome. A 4 megabyte memory limit. If it weren't that way and there were no limit, I would be like, oh, look, my container just crashed out because there's no limit on anything. Whoopsie. I thought there might have been a limit built into the server code that's generated automatically. So the next thing for me to understand with that regard is how do you set the limit? And if there's a lot of talk about server side generating server code from Protobuf, and I haven't done that part yet. And that's going to probably answer a lot of those questions for me, I imagine. Because, you have to implement the API, right? So I read at least 2 places that said that you can generate server code and client code from the same protobuf file. But there's no way to specify maximum send receive sizes in protobuf because it's not a part of protobuf. So does that mean you generate the code and then you have a secondary step that goes into the auto-generated code and adds that to it? Or do you add it into the code you write for the server that you've written from scratch, but then why are you referring to automated server generated code? See my point? So if the server code is generated, then it's obviously going to have something in it. And what happens when I go in there and I change it and then I generate it again on accident and blow the change out? I'm just really curious. I imagine something about the server side code generation is going to involve a configuration file of some kind that's going to bring in all of that stuff and it's going to make it a part of the code generation. But I haven't encountered that yet. So that's where I'm at. I'm going to go ahead and take a break. If any of you, if you know those answers, Tony, well, let me know. I imagine he's probably off looking it up right now, if I know him. He's really good at doing that. He goes right to the right spot and looks it up. Thank you so much. I'm really going to, I got to take a break. I got to at least let my vocal cords rest, if nothing more. Captain Proto. I know Captain Proto is a thing. Tony was telling me about it too. These are all in. When we come back, I'll try to focus on web stuff. You can control max size of headers, max conversion. How? What is there a YAML file, or do I have to edit the server code that's auto generated? That is the one remaining mystery I have in my brain right now. It's like, how is that set? I know it's code, but is it part of the server side generated code? Or is that part of the code, some customized code you have to write for your gRPC server? I got the distinct impression, okay, you'll need to create your own config if you want it. It's server generated. Yeah, so what you're saying, okay, but when you override the defaults, are you changing code that was generated for you? It sounds like yes, right? So you generate code, that code comes with a 4 megabyte thing, and you have to go into that code And oh, it's a variable during the code generation. Ah, that's what I'm talking about. Makes me feel better. Thank you. That makes me feel better. Yeah, because that way you can go tweak it during the code generation. What I was really afraid of is you were going to have to do some... Right, I get it, but that code is... Are you saying, is Protalk the thing that generates the server code? It is, right? I know, but is it... I get it, but is that... So right now, Protalk is only generating client code, but you're telling... So there's a Protalk that will generate server code, right? And I haven't done that one yet. And I assume that there is a command line argument you can pass to Protalk, which will set some of these options like max server message size. It says the parse versus gRPC backend, which adds these in. Yeah. Oh, there's a backend compiler. Okay, that's what I figured. So Protalk sends the parsed version to gRPC backend, which adds these in. But that's all part of during your code generation in advance, I assume, right? Okay. Well, I mean, my only fear there, and I would have been really surprised to find it to be true, would be that it would be part of some sort of server-side code generation that you would then have to go tweak that would be immediately blown out by another server-side code generation. You know what I mean? That's kind of the danger of server code generation in general, is if you do any manipulation to it, you lose those changes and the ability to do builds later. So it's actually been a core part of the pagan stuff I'm trying to do, is I don't want I'm going to do code generation for my language grammar parser, but I want to be able to distinguish certain parts so that you can combine code that you maintain to parse a particular type as well as the stuff that's auto-generated. Write the server code and you'll find out how to do it easily. Well, that's coming. I don't want to write server code. I mean, I will. I don't mind it. The point is if they're telling us there's this... The only reason I'm asking these questions is because, like, as a pretend CTO, I want to know if the people that are generating my gRPC applications need to be taught how to set the parameters on their server-side code generator so that they can increase the size to 1 gigabyte. And I assume that they'll know that when they go into it, right? I assume that they'll know how to do that, and I want to be damn sure that they don't stick with the default or they change it and then they don't have it. New server. Yeah, so far it hasn't answered my question because that code is generated, right? This is the thing that we're still disconnecting on. I read some. This is what I. Okay, I'm gonna put a thumbtack in this. So what I read was, now what you're showing me is all code that I can write, and I'm totally fine with doing that. But what I'm reading is that server code can be entirely and completely auto-generated through tools that already exist, and it seemed like Protalk was the tool. And I could be completely wrong on that. I don't know. But by reading that, my question really fundamentally is what's the best practice? Write your own gRPC server using the standard gRPC libraries and control everything through configuration files however you want, or generate the code. This just configures an option in the code generated server. Shard is not equal byte. That's true. It depends on what language you're talking about. Basic starting the server. Yeah, we'll get into that. So what you're saying is that the server generated code still needs to be wrapped in something else. I see what you're saying. So, okay, what I'm gathering from you now is that the code that's generated for a server is not sufficient to just be a server by itself. But you can add the code to your main function, right? So and if you wanted to create a configuration file or something, you could do that. So this is what I'm understanding the process to be at this point. You make your Protobuf file, you make sure it's nice and clean and perfect. You do your code generation, both for the server and the client. And then you write a main routine for your server that encapsulates or pulls in the server code that you wrote. And in that, you configure your server hard-coded, or you write your own, configuration in interface that's not included in the server code generation. And then you end up with a runnable main function kind of thing that can then go in a Docker container and run safely to handle your requests. So that's good to know. That's good to know. And there's probably some sort of that generates the code to define the API. Yeah, and the API stuff. So I guess the point I was missing is that the server generated code still has to be wrapped. It's not sufficient on its own. It's the server generated code is just a server. It's like a struct, a type, not a class, but and it still has to be put into something. And so that could be a very minimal main function, or it could be something bigger. That's up to you. My favorite is HTTP env config. You need to define your business logic to do with the thing, which makes sense, right? Because now you need to have something that's doing everything with the communication. So it assumes there's already inclusion with other code, which means that you could then do the configuration in that code. That just means that if I'm the lead developer on this, I want to make damn sure that somebody turns up the limit on the message, which they would probably think about anyway, because right over here in another place in the code base is going to be talking to the database that has constraints on field sizes and stuff. So whoever's writing the server code that integrates the backend server code that takes the auto-generated gRPC stuff is now going to say, okay, now this stuff needs to talk to this database or this data store, and there are these constraints over here, and they're going to be thinking about those constraints at the same time that they're looking at the message sizes and stuff that came out of the automated server that's generated. And then they're going to be like, whoa, there's a disconnect here. We have to make sure there's only this much data here. So they're already going to be thinking in terms of constraints on field types and stuff. And they could write their own validator code, or they could use one of the gRPC validators that would write the code for them just to ensure the code meets a particular framework if they care, or they can put that in the application themselves if they want to. So this is good for me because this takes me through the workflow of how to develop. And I know you have a tutorial on there. I'll go through it as well. But that takes me through the workflow of how a gRPC application would be developed from the client and the server. And I kind of jumped ahead to the server stuff because I got really interested in this server side limitations to, memory. And that kind of pulled me into the server part of the workflow. And I hadn't really completed the client stuff yet. So that's good because that gives me a really, really good, solid mental image of how the thing is going to be developed safely. And there's enough checks and balances along the way to make sure somebody doesn't just use, so a lot of things. The minimum is 4 megabytes. That makes me happy. The fact that server-side generated code can't even be used unless it's included in other code, which forces developers to think about things like, what are my settings for the server before I start it up? That makes me feel good. The fact that most of these things are implemented inside of a container, which already has memory constraints on it for most of the part, that makes me feel even better. So all of those three things, that just makes me really still okay with this whole thing, even though there's no size constraints in Protobuf itself. And this whole rabbit hole of mine, Rabbit hole, whatever you want to call it, I'm going to call it rabbit hole. Somebody coined the term. This whole rabbit hole was caused by my realizing that there are no upfront size constraints on Protobuf at all that you might find in a DDL when you're defining a database. I find a lot of similarities in the architecting and designing of Protobuf messages with the work I did designing databases, but the significant disconnect between those two things that triggered me down this rabbit hole was, where are the constraints on size and stuff like that? They're not there. They're not in Protobuf at all for performance reasons. We pretty much agreed. A string is like an unbound varchar, right? And RDBX rabbit hole, and so, but based on that, that disconnect caused me to ask the question, well, where are we going to do this? Because if we're not going to do this, we're going to end up with potentially dangerous, exploitable service out there that doesn't have any constraints. And believe me, I saw people come in through web servers by exploiting these kind of constraints in web servers in the 90s. And so I was like, are we like codifying, writing, unsafe gRPC servers here that can be manipulated by really large messages because there's no upfront constraint on the size? And that caused me to ask all those questions, and that's what led us down that rabbit hole. I kind of like that I can say that now. That makes me feel good. Thanks for inventing that term, rabbit hole. I'm famous for them, believe me. they're not completely evil. Rabbit holes kind of bad. Rabbit holes can teach you something because you're thinking through, the implications of a thing. And I think if we could do that more, the problem is being able to come back from that. And if I have my way, a rabbit hole will be associated with chasing down the implications of a technology and not particularly the implications of a political ideology, which I also do. By the way, gRPC has a server option which allows you to bypass authentication as TLS encryption for development. It's called with Instagram. Nice. That's really important. I totally forgot about that part too. But that's not related to denial of service and memory overflows. It's more related to the socket encryption, which I hate. But I'm not a fan of socket encryption. I wish people had started with content encryption instead of socket encryption. I wish they had stuck with that, because then everything would be encrypted while it's at rest too. The way our whole encryption system right now is covers only things in the air. It doesn't cover anything at rest. And if the whole entire system had been developed more based on like a GPG system where things are flying around in encrypted state no matter where they land, our whole world would have been better off. But no, we decided to try to lock down all the little tunnels that connect all the things. All right, I better go now. I'll talk to you soon. Come back for beginning web dev if you want. If not, you can hang out. Don't heckle us too much though. See ya. Which one is it? How about this one? Yep, that's the one.